ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Side of today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series. I said ARCA, and I meant to say ARCA. I'm sorry. I apologize. Still rolling? Hang on one second. My tie just blew apart here. The wind just took my tie and inverted it here. Okay. Well, not going to make much difference, I think. All right. Yeah. Okay. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Side of today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperatures a very pleasant 67 degrees and absolutely no chance of rain. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch and welcome to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here for their season finale to try to determine a national champion. But not so this year. 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in just 3 years a month ago on the strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. Well, with no title at stake today, there's still a lot of questions that yet have to be answered in the ARCA Tour. For more on that, here's our Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons. Yeah, I tried holding it, but I don't look like Napoleon. I don't see maybe the audio guy has some in the booth. He could come out and bring some. There's nobody out here but me and Nelson. Okay. Is that short enough, Pam? Do I need to add more? Okay. Oh, really? Well, after the weather, I only say a sentence. Well, I think that's yeah. I'll just leave out the rain statement. I'll just do the pleasant 67 degrees, and because the weather could be a factor with some tire wear, according to the drivers' meeting I went to a little earlier. So I do want to mention the temperature. Atta baby.
Gonna be stuck to you.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it, I think. I'll hold my hand over until we get ready. Yeah. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Side of today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperature a pleasant 67 degrees. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch. You know, since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here to Atlanta in their season finale to try to determine a series champion. Well, that won't happen this year because 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in 3 years almost a month ago on the strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. Well, there's no title to be decided today, but still a lot of questions to be answered. For more, here's our Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Sign up today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperature a pleasant 67 degrees. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch. You know, since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here to Atlanta in their season finale to try to determine a series champion. Well, that won't happen this year because 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in 3 years almost a month ago on the strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. Well, there's no title to be decided today, but still a lot of questions to be answered. For more, here's our Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons. Atlanta, temperatures are very pleasant. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nelson. Thank you.
Okay. The what do you, billboard? The billboard. You know, like McDonald's.
Same thing as a producer.
Billboard.
Tell Cam no. No in the booth. Just punch it in, I think. Let's try.
Yeah, all done. I just laid that box back across the chair.
Okay, that'd be good. Are you going to be on stand-up up here too?
No, I'm just going to get out of the way here. I'm just going to move some stuff.
Nothing else.
That's what
Yes.
I do right there. That's what she gave me.
Pardon me?
Hey,
Hang on a minute.
I went back down there.
What mic am I on?
You're on yours.
There are no bills.
3. And Ned is 1.
It's 2.
Oh, 2. I'm sorry. Yes, 2.
It says 1. Well, it says IFB. Show them something white. How's my face?
Mikey.
Joe on audio.
A thing of beauty.
Yeah, you all right with the sticks up here? Yeah, they're on their own.
Can camera 10 see this shot? Can you put, in his viewfinder, can you put this shot?
Ask Chevy what she wants me to do.
Mikey?
Tell her we tore this place apart. All of
I
it.
think you should go down there.
I already went
and-
down
well,
there.
but you should go
Yeah,
down
can
there
camera
again
10 see this shot?
and tell them you need them.
They got
Huh?
to call.
Hey, Rick. Rick.
No.
Snooze, you lose, buddy. Is he a big guy? Hey, many people's big as I was. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Thank you very much. Take it.
Is this the 20th ARCA race here?
Yeah.
So Ned and I lying? Is that the deal? Are you and I lying? Pam, is Ned and I live? Yes, we are. So we better figure out what we're going to talk about, right? We better figure out what we're going to talk about.
Did you hear my call? What I said
Yeah.
with no tie. Bobby Boucher has already wrapped up the championship a month ago. You know, on a strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. I said, but
Hey, Mike.
There's no title at stake today, but there's still a lot
Yes,
of questions yet to be
I did
answered.
see it.
Here's
When Ned gets on you, we'll practice. We'll rehearse. Huh?
Ralph, you need Brian.
Jeremy
out of it,
Mayfield
don't
did not make it.
you? Don't you need Brian out?
Dick Trickle did not make it. And a host of others, but
He just won't be able to move.
Tim Fedewa did not make it. Brian Bonner, Brevac, Corelli, Teague, Venerini, Rutman, Marcus. Did Kyle, Dave, yeah. Wait a minute, I got a lineup here. Wait a minute, hang on, I know the answer to that question. Who did not make it? Fedewa, Trickle, Mayfield, Standrich, Knopfsinger, Rutman, Marcus, Bickle, Teague, Brad Teague in the 0, Corelli, Brevac, Brian Bonner, Gary Wright, Venturini. The provisionals are Kyle, the 40 car Hamilton, and Bill Elliott took a champions provisional. Jeffers found the billboards, Roger.
Okay.
Where were they?
You ready, sir?
Big Jeffers has
All righty.
They were in race control.
So I went up and down good structure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But Roger, you need it.
I know.
Amazing how much volume is now right here.
Now when I get on the scale, I'll only say one at a time.
Should I be hearing something?
Yeah, you're not hearing Benny?
No. Hello. Yeah, now I'm hearing me. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm hearing me.
There's Peter. Come here,
Benny
Peter.
probably wasn't saying anything.
Come here, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, buddy, pal.
Peter. How you doing, partner?
Hey, buddy. Hey, pal.
Hello again, Peter.
Okay, Bill, Dan.
Well, you're saying hi to me now, but you never return my phone call anymore.
You didn't tell me. Peter, the NASCAR All-Pro Circuit.
Wait, the race we're doing in Myrtle Beach? I said you made a deal with as the representative of the SPO, we had to live up to our deals. I said, that's that Parsons shooting on his mouth again. Very good.
Hey, you should know that Benny said he'd work cheap to do that race.
You're doing that one for free, huh? For charity, huh? For charity.
We'll look at it. As a matter of fact, I mean, I tell you, it is for free if I do it. And I'll still do it, okay? I mean,
Hello, yeah, got you.
9 points. That's great racing. Hey, Lib.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
That's a big field, too. They got an excellent field.
That's the championship, the sanction that would finish the
Yes,
last for
yeah.
them.
What we used to do at night.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. Okay, right.
No, he's not. Shall I tell him to?
Headset on, Jerry.
Jerry headset. Okay.
Football's going long on the tooth.
Hey, you know what game it is? Wabash to Paul.
You programming guys. You ain't my buddy no more. Get out of this.
I got open arm. Football game's running long on ESPN too. I tell them to throw that Wabash to Paul. Tell them to play 6 1/4. You know, we did it in Japan where we had to run the clock during commercials, timeout. The 3rd and 4th quarter took like 28 minutes total to play. Well, don't play little
Okay.
medium football 3 downs out there.
Boy, you sing my tune.
Hey, Peter, over there next door, you probably find Billy and continue the negotiation I've already started.
All right, thanks.
You're wondering how to get
Right
in
next
that
door, you
door.
have to go down these steps or nothing.
said he threw it to you.
He did.
They're gonna go ahead and pick up you guys.
Set that at my station, Bill, please.
Is there an extra?
So what are you going to do? Try to get on television?
Stick up there somewhere.
Huh?
I'm gonna hide behind you guys.
It's all Gatorade.
Everybody wants to be on there.
Mountain Dew's fine. Yes, ma'am. I'm on here tonight. Actually, Sam, if you could step back so we can get you guys in position for a second. Sandy, take it.
Oh, we're going to take this, aren't we? Exactly, please. Thank you. Boy, I really prepared today.
You got your coat, ain't you? You got your tie?
Coming out of Kyle.
You got your teeth? What else could you want? I wish I'd sit over there with those Indians last night.
I'll tell you, that was yeah, I would love to have you there. I thought, well, Ben was here. I had a lot of fun with my dry wet.
I told, have I ever told you the story about this friend of mine down in Lumberton that really is an Indian, a Lumbee Indian? His dad had to be the biggest. Mike, I'm telling a story right now.
Pam, can you order those stars around like you order us around? Okay, good.
You gotta push the set button. It's one of those.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to throw it to them?
I'll throw it. Do I throw it to Michael
Okay.
or Kyle?
Pam, make sure my radio is turned on also.
Make sure Nelson's radio is turned on up here.
Hey, which one? You want to talk first? Yeah, let Michael talk first.
Okay.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Perfectly.
So if I say, he said there's some other things that might need to be settled.
Rajo.
Can you hear me?
Good hard race.
And all them?
And a lot of guys, that's depending on this race.
What if I
determine
say,
whether they race or not, next year, whether they race or not. I mean, they need to have a good showing to attract a sponsor or keep the ride they've got, get a better ride. That's what we're trying to do today. And they're doing it on a brand new racetrack. And we've got a couple of guys who might talk about that first. Michael Walker.
How many positions could change? 12?
12 out of the top 15 could change. Looks more like that top line.
Benny and I are blushing a little bit on that bottom one, aren't we? Yeah. That's because she's in here, and Benny's done had his arm around her.
Yeah. So I am blushing.
So we're going to leave 7:30 in the morning, 7:15?
Billy, Slob, you gonna pick us up in the morning over to Magic Market and carry us in?
Yeah.
Can we leave the hotel about 7:30? That good to you?
7:30, put you here just a little bit after 8.
Yeah, well,
Quarter
8:15.
after 8.
8:15. Time we get over here and drink a cup of coffee and walk up here, it'll be 9 o'clock. Is that too early for you, Billy?
Not at all. I was going to leave earlier there, so that's fine with me.
What do you think, 7:30? That's early enough.
I would think so. That's the time that I was thinking, but I don't think it should leave much. I don't think they'll leave much later than that.
I wouldn't know.
Well, you want to leave 7:15, Billy, just to be sure? Okay, 7:15 in the lobby.
In the lobby.
And you'll pick us up, Billy, and give us a ride in. Who you got with you?
I'll just say, how many am I driving.
Pam and myself and Jerry.
That'll be 4 of us.
Well, I don't know what Pam's sister's doing, if she's with us. So, I mean, you can haul 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be tight.
Well, that's all right. They're sisters, they're
We'll
friendly.
all take up much.
They're friendly. Speak for yourself. Hey, Pam,
I'm glad my mic's closed.
Okay.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Side of today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperature a pleasant 67 degrees. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch. You know, since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here to Atlanta in their season finale to try to determine a series champion. Well, that won't happen this year because 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in 3 years almost a month ago on the strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. Well, there's no title to be decided today, but still a lot of questions to be answered. For more, here's our Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons.
Yes, Jerry, there are a number of positions yet to be determined as far as the points are concerned. 12 of the top 15 in the point standings could change here this afternoon, but I don't think they'll be paying as much attention to points as they would if they were fighting for a championship. And, Benny, I think that just means some good old hard racing.
Exactly. Great racing. And one thing they're racing for is survival. These guys are trying to keep the sponsor they have, get a bigger sponsor, go to a better ride, or keep the ride they have. Survival is the key, and they're doing it on a brand new racetrack, brand new pavement. And we've got a couple of experts to talk about the new pavement. First, Michael Walter.
Yep. Benny, this pavement is fast for sure. Track records have fallen here. The speeds are way up. But fast isn't necessarily better. A lot of cars, a lot of drivers are having a hard time sticking to this surface. It's a catch-22 situation. You can go faster, but sometimes that might just get you in trouble.
I think the racetrack is rougher than it's ever been, Michael. I swear. I think they just come in and paved over some rough spots. I think the seams are rough, and I think they're running so fast when they hit these seams, it jumps out from under them real quick. We've seen a lot of accidents in the ARCA race. We've seen some accidents in qualifying for the Winston Cup, and a couple of Winston Cup cars have been in the wall this week. So it's a little bit trickier than what it looks, and it's a lot rougher than what it looks. Jerry?
Well, thank you, Michael and Kyle. Point, counterpoint. Of course, that's why we have different people, different experts on the broadcast. Everyone has their opinion. Of course, you heard Michael Waltrip's and Kyle Petty's. Today's Speed World coverage of the Jiffy Lube 500 is being brought to you by Allied Signals Fram Filters. You can pay a little now or a lot later. By Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. And by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR. I heard it. Yeah. Benny was asking if my mic was on. He didn't hear me come back and do billboards, but it sounded good. It sounded okay to me.
The billboards are fine, but when Kyle quit talking and Jerry picked it up, I couldn't hear him in my earpiece. I just wondered if...
Oh, really?
Then you started doing billboards, I heard it.
Okay. Okay. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Side of today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperature a pleasant 67 degrees. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch. You know, since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here to Atlanta in their season finale to try to determine a series champion. Well, that won't happen this year because 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in 3 years almost a month ago on the strength of... Something happened? We're at 67 cars here?
Yeah.
Attempted to qualify? Okay. Good field of cars. So we come back and do our starting lineup, Pam? So Ned and Benny are finished? They can sit down? But they can sit down, right? ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is pleased to welcome you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Sign up today's ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Jiffy Lube 500. It is a beautiful day here in Atlanta. Temperature a pleasant 67 degrees. Hello everyone, I'm Jerry Punch. You know, since 1984, the ARCA cars have been coming here to Atlanta in their season finale to try to determine a series champion. Well, that won't happen this year because 28-year-old Bobby Boucher collected his second championship in 3 years almost a month ago on the strength of 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. Well, there's no title to be decided today, but still a lot of questions to be answered. For more, here's our Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons.
Yes, Jerry, there are a number of positions yet to be determined as far as the points are concerned. 12 of the top 15 in the point standings could change here this afternoon, but I don't think they'll be paying as much attention to points as they would if they were fighting for a championship. And, Benny, I think that just means some good old hard racing.
Exactly. Great racing. And one thing they're racing for is survival. These guys are trying to keep the sponsor they have, get a bigger sponsor, go to a better ride, or keep the ride they have. Survival is the key, and they're doing it on a brand-new racetrack, brand-new pavement. And we've got a couple of experts to talk about the new pavement. First, Michael Waltrip.
Yep. Benny, this pavement is fast for sure. Track records have fallen here. The speeds are way up. But fast isn't necessarily better. A lot of cars, a lot of drivers are having a hard time sticking to this surface. It's a catch-22 situation. You can go faster, but sometimes that might just get you in trouble.
I think the racetrack is rougher than it's ever been, Michael. I swear. I think they just come in and paved over some rough spots. I think the seams are rough, and I think they're running so fast when they hit these seams, it jumps out from under them real quick. We've seen a lot of accidents in the ARCA race. We've seen some accidents in qualifying for the Winston Cup, and a couple of Winston Cup cars have been in the wall this week. So it's a little bit trickier than what it looks, and it's a lot rougher than what it looks. Jerry?
Well, thank you, Michael and Kyle. Point, counterpoint. Of course, that's why we have different people, different experts on the broadcast. Everyone has their opinion. Of course, you heard Michael Waltrip's and Kyle Petty's. Today's Speed World coverage of the Jiffy Lube 500 is being brought to you by Allied Signals Fram Filters. You can pay a little now or a lot later. By Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. And by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Nice open, guys.
Okay.
Like Jimmy Horton, you know, he's trying, struggling, and if he go out and dominate this race and win the race, he might.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That 38 truck, that was that haul that 90 car down there, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's what they brought the 90.
See it leaving down there now.
See, Horton just won the last couple of real big dirt shows, too, at Syracuse. He won the biggie. Yeah, the biggie.
100,000 to win, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Where else did he win, Ray?
He also won at Lebanon Valley. Bondo.
Is that his car?
He was second at Middletown. Second in Orange County. Yeah. State.
Is that his car?
No, that's oh, you mean up there?
The dirt car, you mean? No, he's just driving for a guy. 2 wins and 1 second place in the last 3 races. It was pretty good. And they were big money. Yeah. Big.
So the audio was there when you came back, Jerry?
Yeah, it was there. Yeah. Yeah, but thanks for mentioning that. We couldn't.
I don't know. You know that Jeff McClure, there's a guy trying to get this deal going.
Did you get the tires?
National Race Car Drivers Memorial.
Well, why don't you get them? That's on the hood of Jeff McClure's car, on the 98.
What is it?
You don't need to get in the garage area. You're in the pit road. You can't get out there.
Successful business.
This is the guy I'm talking to.
Break.
Jim Brake.
Their goal is to put it at Charlotte. If Charlotte will give them the land for free, but if not, then they're going to buy land at Daytona.
Lots of luck.
Yeah.
Make a memorial?
Yeah, Race Car Drivers Memorial.
To,
All who are deceased or been killed in racing, or what is it?
I think it's deceased.
Regardless of the cause.
I see they just put Duragloss on Fedor's car. That car missed the show in Winston Cup, whoever that was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, was that the same car? Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah. Ray and Diane DeWitt, yeah. What's Jackaroo?
It's a brand new barbecue sauce, which is one of the Hooters brands. They're just announcing it this week. It's a new product. It's supposed to be really
Billy.
spicy.
Really?
I do it on this headset, right?
That'd be appropriate, wouldn't it?
Pam, can I check the
Jerry, that's the car that he
can I check the
won
racer radio?
the pole with here in March, the Winston
1, 2, 1.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let's try 21. I don't have 21.
What's that?
55.
Yeah.
Nope. I have Kimmel, Bessie, Loy Allen. Let's try Loy Allen. Loy Allen, this is Benny Parsons up ESPN. Do you read me?
Which car is it in?
Is the radio turned up, Pam? The racer radio? Loy Allen, this is Benny Parsons up ESPN. Do you read me? Okay, buddy, we may want to talk to you today during a caution flag or something, so we'll let you know beforehand. Good luck. Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace, this is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. Do you read me? Mike Wallace. Mike Wallace, number 90. This is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. Do you read me? I got Loy Allen, fam. I heard Loy Allen. Mike Wallace, this is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. Do you read me?
Barry said no, that they don't read.
Benny, I'm trying to talk to you. I hear you just fine.
Okay. Now.
Okay, I got you now, Mike.
Yeah, we hear him now.
I didn't hear you. Didn't hear me the first 2 times, but I got you loud and clear.
All right, buddy, we may talk to you on the caution flag today, so we'll get in touch with you. We'll talk to Barry before we come to you.
Thank you.
Benny, what's for lunch?
I just ate, man. Had a bologna sandwich.
$30 seconds, they said.
30 seconds to happiness.
They better hustle that stage out of the way. Or it's going to be...
are here. Oh, I'm a quiet type.
Not a loud mouth like some I know.
I didn't mean
what are you
that.
looking at me for? Hey, is Terry Lingner down in the truck, Pam? Terry Lingner? Okay. Wonder if he might. I need to see him. Oh, we have.
I didn't know we had one.
I didn't either. Where is that? Always the last to know, huh? Oh, really? Jeez. Well, that's news. One, two, three, four, five, Mikey. Rev Estos camera, platform helicopter. Okay. Yeah.
I'm really surprised.
Okay. I don't have.
Pam, FYI.
Is it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got you. Yo, mama.
Mikey.
Like totally.
How come you ain't gonna do this normal deal, Mikey? Yahoo, Mikey. As Danny, so who is Danny? Somebody on the East Coast? Who is it?
So it's Rapo Rascal? Cover going in?
Who is it? Danny somebody. Come, Mikey.
What, Mikey? We got a sweet dinner.
Yahoo!
Oh, goodness gracious. I bet sane people don't have near this much fun.
These scanners down there listening to ESPN. Anybody got a scanner on listening to ESPN? Yes, they do.
Well, they have a few folks in the infield, don't they?
You know, Root told me they pre-sold infield tickets.
Really?
You buy an infield ticket on they pre-sold.
Parking spaces too?
They said all the parking places sold. Yeah, they pre-sold those. They were all sold. They're not selling anymore. You can't get any more vehicles in the infield, but you can buy a ticket and walk in the infield.
No tire rule of any sort, right? I didn't hear it.
Except for the 20.
Yeah, right.
You know, Ray, I know there ain't nothing that anybody can do about it, but you see all those people down there right behind the 39 car? TV and radio it's impossible to do your job that you want to do, because you need to be there to watch the race and be aware of what's going on, you know, as a pit reporter, and you can't get close to nobody.
It's even worse tomorrow.
Oh, I know.
You can't move.
And the worst part about it, the crews will jump up on the pit wall and totally obstruct it.
And you can't see anything. Rolling them off, Pamela. Have a good one. Mikey and Chevy and Larry and everyone down there. I got you. Larry, Daryl, and Daryl.
What's in there?
I got a Mountain Dew, thank you. Tickles your innards, as opposed to your outwards.
Now, Kyle, I won't appreciate you talking about them.
What's that?
Not yet. The Mountain Dews.
I bet you he won't mind.
Okay. I figured after tomorrow he wouldn't mind, but he's
Where
still
was it?
loyal. He's loyal.
Where was it, Kyle and I? Oh, was it Pocono? No, it was Watkins Glen a couple of years ago. Kyle and I were at some breakfast up there, and the gifts they gave us when we got ready to leave, I think he got a Mountain Dew cooler. Wasn't that Watkins Glen, Kyle?
Well, that official's trying to move. Fall off a ladder. As Danny says on the East Coast.
One to go. Back in Hampton, Georgia, Atlanta Motor Speedway hosting the Jiffy Lube 500. Getting set for the green flag. Next time by, take a look at our Suzuki motorcycle starting lineup. 67 cars attempted to qualify. 43 will start with Trickle and Fedewa on the front row. Jimmy Horton and Loy Allen in row 2. Take a look at our starting lineup. Former champion Keselowski alongside Mike Wallace. Watch for him to make a run. Well, last year's winner, Jeff Perma, starting back there. Jeff Green, up-and-coming young driver. Back there, Kirk Shelmerdine, the former crew chief. For Dale Earnhardt back in the field.
And then these fellas really haven't had a lot of practice, because in practice on Friday morning had a couple of crashes which held things up.
Well, they were supposed to run here on Thursday and qualify and practice, and all of that was rained out. And so, yes, they have not had a lot of practice to get set up on this new pavement, running faster than they've ever run on this racetrack. It's going to be interesting.
In fact, the series champion we talked about at the top of the show, Bobby Boucher, took a provisional starting spot. He will start back in 41st position. And Bill Venturini, a two-time series champion, starts shotgun on the field in 43rd.
As the champion's provisional, we're still going through the grid, and we haven't gotten to Bowser or Venturini yet.
Now, we saw Venturini a little bit earlier up there in the lineup, but that's Billy Venturini.
His 18-year-old son, and there is Bill Venturini. Dad starts back shotgun on the field, and Billy, the little boy, starts up toward the front. You think he hadn't had a little ribbing in that family. Getting set for green flag racing. Michael Waltrip, Kyle Petty, you'll hear from John Kernan in just a moment. Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, and yours truly, Jerry Punch, bringing you live ARCA action from Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Uh-oh, some smoke coming from one car down on the inside.
That's Jerry Foyt. No, that's Keselowski. Keselowski, the Winnebago car on the get-go, looks like has an engine problem.
Boy, as soon as he accelerated, the smoke started billowing from the car, and it could be a filter, oil filter, or an oil line, or something of that nature, but too bad he's dropping back.
Looks like it's dissipated somewhat over in turn 3 as he comes up to speed now, but he's lost about 4 or 5 spots on the start.
Yeah, the smoke went away. That's the black car right past that 8 front cars. So it looks okay now.
That is unbelievable. I thought the engine was blowing up, and there the car is running and no smoke.
Well, he had to have some anxious moments.
The 29 car had a fire in practice, so that also slowed him down to get in practice. So I can't imagine what the smoke was, but it seems to have solved itself.
Trickle being shown as the leader. He was our pole setter. He's the first pole he'd ever set on an ARCA competition, although he won here before in this November event a couple of years ago.
That's the guy that's won here before, the car number 1, Jeff Purvis, run up on a couple of cars running side by side. He's trying to move around them or just find a place to go so he can move around.
That's Mike Wallace in the black car and Loy Allen in the 19 car, the kind of yellow-orange car on the outside.
Let's check in and find out what happened to Bob Keselowski on the start. Here's Kyle Petty. Kyle?
I'm standing here in Keselowski's pit. They're shaking their head. They said they took the motor apart, did some things to it this morning, hooked it back up, but they said as much smoke as that was, there's no way these guys spilled that much oil, so they don't have a clue what it is. They said it cleared up, and hopefully they think they can go the rest of the day unless something drastic happens.
Well, he dropped back to 9th place, so it didn't hurt him too bad. He started in 5th, so he lost 4 positions. And he's right back up there with the pack now.
Back up front, and you see Tim Fedewa in the white car now begin to put a little pressure on our leader.
Our leader is Dick Trickle. Dick Trickle stepped up to the Budmore ride in 1995, the car 15 on the Winston Cup circuit, and he is awfully excited about that opportunity. And looky here, they are 2 or 3 abreast. That was Kerry Teague in the black 11. Meanwhile, back up front, close to the front, that's Harris Devane in the red and white number 33. Gary Bradbury in 78 on the outside.
Gary Bradbury has already collected the STP Prestone Rookie of the Year honors this year in ARCA competition. What a good year he has had. There's the car number 11 that Benny was just talking about, Kerry Teague out of Concord.
The car 33 is an ex-Bill Elliott car that won here in 1992. I guess that's an ex-Junior Johnson car.
That was back about 24th spot. Here are the lead twosome. They are in the backstretch. The 39 car, the Rulo Brothers old machine. That is the Pedigree Food for Dogs sponsored Chevrolet of Dick Trickle.
And there's a spin in turn 4.
Looks to be the car of Joel White.
And he's coming down right in the center of the groove. Now he gets down off the racetrack.
Ned, I am impressed. I am impressed. 5 or 6 years ago, a wreck like that in the ARCA division, there'd have been 5 or 6 cars pile up, but yet it was a 1-car accident. He's going to drive away. These guys are learning what this business is all about. Oh, and a spin going down at turn 1. Well, see, he straightened it out, puts it in gear, and drives off.
Like you say, they're learning what it's all about here on the Super Speedway.
That was Lenny Crothheim out of Penns Creek, Pennsylvania, who got a little bit excited and looped that red car under caution for the first time today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back in just a moment.
He ran up on some cars going down in turn 1, slammed up on the brakes, and started doing this. He was doing this when he went by here. He finally lost it down there somewhere. Yeah. He needs to come in and change tires. Hope he knows that.
There's HB in the pits.
Yeah, he was slow a little bit ago. I don't know what his problem is.
And I need to change underwear, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of those Atlanta stripes?
Yeah.
There he comes in.
Bradbury's moving up through there pretty good. He's in 23rd, started 35th.
Really? Wow. Well, I tell you what, he had a heck of a qualifying run, that 52 car, didn't he?
He did. Jimmy Means is really high on him.
Really?
Boy, oh, he is.
Yeah. From Tom Mees. Okay.
What quarter is it? Third?
Okay.
Well, that wind is whipping up down there now.
Sure is.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Are you mage managing? Are you stage managing? Oh, you're talking to ARCA. And that boy's a used car dealer up in Pennsylvania. He's about to use that one up.
One to go, Pam.
Okay. So we don't welcome. We don't do a thanks, Tom, huh? Okay. Okay. A minute ago you said we're going to sit out until we can. Okay, got you. I got you. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, still working the first caution flag of the day, and here's what happened just moments ago.
Joel White, the 49 car, right on the inside of Jimmy Horton. That's Horton in the car 52. Gets down awfully low. It's kind of a bump, goes up the racetrack, and oh, look at this. Almost gets into 52 as he steers away from him.
Okay. Who's on the flag stand besides Doyle?
Henry Wetzel.
Henry Wetzel.
That was Horton, wasn't
it? Yeah. Is that Mr. and Mrs. Wetzel's boy?
Imagine.
And it was Joel White, right?
Yeah.
Jerry Foyt.
Oh, was he?
Going to the garage.
Oh. Benny, they said he was running fourth at the time, 49.
Wow.
So when you do the replay.
Wow.
Well, this big one's so red, it's hard to tell what
I know it really,
those cars are.
You can't see the colors on this pit. I wonder if there's any kind of adjustments on this thing.
Well, he adjusted on it.
Bill Slav tried to adjust. Of course, he ain't a television technician, so.
Yeah, Mike, I hear you. Bye.
Pam, is Mr. Goldberg in there? Ask him tomorrow morning if he'd get some technician up to work on the TV to try to get the monitor, try to get the colors correct. The big monitor is extremely red.
You just can't tell the cars apart on the big one.
Jerry Punch was a flaming redhead.
I know. Wait, I don't mind you saying redhead, but keep the flaming part out of it.
Wasn't he, Slav?
Oh goodness!
I fixed it.
Ned fixed it.
Ned's unplugged it. Oh, really?
What do you do now?
He hadn't moved yet.
By the way, Ned, that 60 is Jerry Foyt.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the 14 was, huh? Okay, thanks. That's Hardy Brown, Texas. Okay.
I just have to see a 60 go by.
Good.
I think that's a Jack Roush motor in that car, because Jack stopped by this morning when I was down in the garage area. Roush stopped by that 60 car, so I guess it was one his.
You're waiting to do this interview, and the guys from the 28 car and the 21 car and a couple other cars are running up and down pit road trying to buy tires, because Goodyear's out of tires for the Mar, because the tires, the right rear Goodyear is wearing ungodly bad. It'll only run like 30 or 35 laps. So that might be something you want to talk about later.
That's a good point.
That's great. Kyle,
Man,
good
you're on
work.
top of this stuff, Kyle.
Good work.
That's Corky. He's my director. He's the one that's doing all this for me.
Wake Michael up, will you?
What?
I heard those tires we're wearing.
Yeah.
How's my hair look, Benny?
Oh, let's see. Put Michael on so we can see how his hair looks.
My cameraman left me.
Oh, I see.
Oh, did he? Did he?
Okay.
Or I left him.
I forgot to look a while ago, Michael. One to go,
One to go, guys. And girls. Okay. Yeah. Curtis is here to fix the TV set.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3,
Get
4.
the color right.
How's that, Billy?
Right, Curtis? I said, you can get the color right, right?
Thank you. Okay.
What's the score of the game? Who won? We can't
Okay. Okay.
Just too red. Too red, yeah. Now it's too purple.
Thank you very much, Tom. We are live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, just underway here in the Jiffy Lube 500 ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series event. Brand new sponsorship for the ARCA Series. Bondo Mar-Hyde folks coming on for 3 years and an option for 6 more. Lap number 11 in the books, and our pole sitter, Dick Trickle, still leads the field after the first caution flag of the day. Green flag waving from Doyle Ford and Henry Wetzel as 53-year-old Dick Trickle will lead him down single file into turn 1.
Jimmy Horton in the 52, the AC Delco car. Mike Wallace in 99. Mike Wallace drove the 52 car to an ARCA victory in Daytona, the very first race of the year, the ARCA 200 down in the Daytona International Speedway.
Mike Wallace, the car number 90. You see there the black and sort of light blue or sky blue numbers on the side that Duran sponsored. That's a Barry Owen owned car. Barry Owen owns the car that Mike Wallace drives on the Busch Grand National Circuit. There's the car number 9. They've been announced this morning on their sponsorship combination for 95.
That's exactly right. The Duran is going to be on the Busch Grand National car and an associate on the Winston Cup car. Heilig Myers is going to be the principal sponsor on the Winston Cup car and an associate on the Busch car. They look identical, except the sponsors are flip-flopped on the quarter panel. Well, Speedway, he's getting pretty racy here, trying to catch up with Trickle. Speedway, I tell you what, you need to stay right there. You're a young driver. You've got a lot to learn, and that guy in front can teach you a great deal.
Well, he didn't want to wait, Benny. He almost had an idea to move on the inside, but maybe he heard you and said, well, okay, I'll listen to Benny's advice here. Stay back here. But you're right. He can learn a lot.
2 by 2 up front. Dick Trickle in the car number 39. Tim Speedway right behind him. Then about a 4-car length separation back to that second pack. That's the lead pack right there. As you see that second pack coming into view, that is the car number 52, Jimmy Horton, in 3rd position. And, of course, Mike Wallace right behind him in 4th spot.
Mike has been putting the pressure on. He comes up again, coming off of turn 4. Gets a little bit of a run, but not enough to get him beside him. And here's the Interstate Batteries car in trouble, car number 84.
That's Tom Lorenz out of Red Oak, Texas, as his car comes to rest down between turns 1 and 2.
And they still haven't thrown the caution flag. I don't know that they don't realize that I guess they're waiting to see if he can get his car going.
Now caution is out.
So caution being shown for the 2nd time today. It came out in the early laps due to a spin by the car number 49, Joel White, Texas driver, down in turn 4. And another Texas driver brings out the 2nd caution flag today, down between turns 1 and 2.
And we'll watch and see if we can tell exactly what happened to Tom as he went down in turn 1. And we can see the thing start smoking. I think he had an engine problem down there. No wonder he couldn't get it going, Ned.
Yeah, that appears to be the problem, and it eventually the oil, I guess, gets under his wheels, spins him around sideways, and gets down on the grass. Could not go again.
That's exactly what they're told the drivers meeting, right, Benny? When the car starts to get out of shape, you turn the wheels to the right and lock it down and slide down to the grass. Nice job, Tom Lawrence. Under caution for the second time today at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back in just a moment.
Pam? Steele when we come back, because he's now running 6th. Doing a pretty good job.
And Venturini's now up to 23rd from 43rd.
Yeah. So, you get a chance?
Great minds, huh?
25, sorry.
Venturini's 25 and Steele 16. Yeah.
The 62 car is 18th. He started 14th. And to 7th mountain, he's going backwards.
And back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, yours truly, Jerry Punch, along with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Kyle Petty, and Michael Waltrip. Let's check in the pits as one car comes down pit road. Last year's winner here. Let's go to the pits.
Jeff Purvis, last year's winner. Jerry's had a hard time these first 17, 18 laps. The car will not go into the turns. It won't stick. And then on the way out of the turns, the rear end wants to break loose. So they're going to change all 4 tires, running the Hoosier tires. They also expect them to make a chassis adjustment, adding just a little wedge. They've also bumped up the rear spoiler to get some downforce on the rear of the car. Left side's now going on. A pretty good pit stop in motion for Purvis, sitting patiently. Last lug nuts tighten. And now they'll come across, have a little bit of problem with that left rear. They finally come across, take a round out of that left rear corner, and Purvis is down and away.
Jeff Purvis was at him one here a year ago. 3 wins in 1994, Talladega, Michigan, and Pocono. Looking for his 4th win on the year. Still under caution here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back with more green flag action right after this. Stay with us.
How many laps will it run now to have that caution? Might not even do it. Okay, I just wondered if that was a little strategy move right there by that one car.
Looked like pretty good strategy, didn't it?
Really. Come in, he's got 4 tires. Even if he has to come in, they can check the tires and when you go back out, don't have to change it.
Yeah, might be a good move. Okay. That's a good story. Yeah, John. Okay.
They haven't told him yet whether or not they're going to change it, but yeah, what Purvis and then what they talked over the radio was, might as well come in pit now. Whenever they throw the mandatory, we have to come on pit road. We don't have to change tires. We can just check these tires.
That's probably why Boucher came in, too.
Well, the Hoosiers aren't expecting any wear. They're a pretty hard tire. And they found an equalized tire on Purvis's car. That's why he wasn't handling.
We need to get that story that Kyle's talking about when we get a chance. That's a good story because that'll certainly play tomorrow. Yeah, that's a good point. If Bowser's in-car camera, he's going to be at the shotgun on the field coming up through all that traffic. Okay. Okay. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, you saw a moment ago Jeff Purvis, last year's winner, came down pit road. You heard John Kernan call the pit stop. John has since told us that they found an equalized tire on that car. But Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons, that may be some strategies. We set now see Bob Keselowski in the pits, and a moment ago Bobby Boucher pitted.
Well, the drivers were told in the drivers' meeting that there would be a mandatory caution after 25 laps if they ran 25 laps of green flag racing to check the tires. Since this is a new track, they haven't had a lot of laps here to let them come in and check the tires. Now, it'd be a mandatory stop. Everybody would have to come in, but these cars that are coming in now, if they indeed do honor that mandatory stop a little bit later on here, well, they've already changed tires. All they got to do is come in, check them, and take off back out, and maybe be out in front of everybody.
That's right. They don't necessarily have to change the tires. They just got to come down pit road, or might not even have to come down pit road. They may throw the caution flag just for to give these guys a chance to come in and change tires.
As you see Bob Keselowski's crew now, Brother Ron servicing that Winnebago-sponsored Chrysler. He heads back out. We're still under caution at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back in a moment.
Van de go when we get here.
Roger, can you talk? Can you talk?
Do what, Pam?
Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, that's the 1994 ARCA Series National Champion Bobby Boucher, the Quality Farm and Fleet in-car camera. We're riding along with him. He just pitted. He is shotgun on the field. And you take a look at the top 15, how they're running right now after 22 laps.
See Bert Sherman up in 12th spot. Jerry Foyt? Yeah, I'm starting to say, right there in 11th place, that's A.J. Foyt's son. With Bobby Bowser, of course, a two-time champion. His dad, Jack Bowser, was the champion of 63, 64, and 65. Keeping it in the family there in all competition.
Yeah, I tried to race against Jack Bowser. That was kind of a tough deal. In 1965, Ned, he won 19 of 33 races.
Wow.
19 of 23, I'm sorry.
Wow.
My goodness.
He was good. Yeah. I raced against him a few times. He would come down on an off weekend or something and race in the what is now Winston Cup.
Wow. Look at Tim Steele go, the 16 car. Got alongside, that's Jeff Green, the 95. He had a run on Mike Wallace. Thought he was going to try to pass it. He is going to try to pass it on the outside.
Now, Tim Steele started back in 21st position.
And there he goes by Horton in the 52 car on the outside.
Well, he went by him in a hurry. We're talking about the red car, left side of your screen, car number 16. That was Steele. And now Horton gets a challenge a little bit. You see Steele now back in third position. That's the battle of 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as Mike Wallace has gone by Jimmy Horton in the car number 52. Let's check in with John Kernan.
Jerry, after qualifying yesterday, Tim Steele says, hey, the way I qualified is not going to be any indication of the way I'm going to run the race on Saturday. He said they were only concerned with making the field. He said he had the right setup, the right engine. I guess you could call it the right combination to make a bid for a victory here in this season finale.
Well, he's bidding for second place right now, and he goes beneath Timmy Feedwell.
No longer. He's not bidding. He just went up there and drove by.
The bids are closed.
Yes.
Now let's see what he can do with the old man, they call him, Dick Trick.
But Tim Steele is running higher than the other cars around the racetrack. He's going up where everyone was afraid to run. Last night then, at a dinner we went to, all these guys were talking about being terrified of the top groove. But Steele has been up there where no one else has been running and making it work for him.
Yeah, these were Western Cup drivers that you were talking to, and they were all saying, well, we hope the ARCA drivers will work in a second group. Tim Steele is doing a good job of that early in this race.
Getting awfully high, and that will open the door for a pass by Mike Wallace. That's a battle for third spot. Wallace, the black car on the inside, he makes the pass and will take the third position away.
Now that's the groove that we were talking about. That's the spot that everyone is running around the racetrack. Now look at this master car going down in turn one. There's 89, Jeff McClure, the green and white car, and there is Billy Venturini, Bill Jr. in the 62, the white 62. There's someone off the pace. Looks like Bob Hill in the 46 car maybe is off the pace down the back straightaway. See once again Jeff McClure being passed by Peter Gibbons in 92, and there comes Bowser after making that tire change. He's working his way back to the front, and look again, Ed, up on the outside.
I'm sure that his spotter has told him that Tim Steele was able to pass some fast cars on the outside, so he just comes up there and moves on around up there. Let's go to the pits and Michael Walter.
Well, Bowser stopped earlier thinking he was going to get a little bit of an advantage. The caution at lap 25, they've since...
Well, apparently having a little bit of trouble with Michael's microphone, and we'll check in with Mike in just a moment, talking about why the early pit stop with Bobby Bowser, and he certainly at working to his advantage. Here's another bid for the lead, but now Trickle has turned the wick up a little bit somewhat and still holding off Tim Steele.
And certainly Dick Trickle knows how to use the racetrack to his advantage, too. We've said many, many times, you know, catching a person is one thing, but passing him is another, and especially when you come to a veteran like Dick Trickle.
This is turn 3 at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Cars right in the middle of the racetrack. This is where all the cars have practiced this weekend. And we were talking about a little bit ago that everyone is afraid to get out of those tracks because the racetrack may be slippery. They really don't know what it's going to be like. And here we see Jerry Foyt on the outside of Jimmy Horton, and Jerry Foyt takes a spot away on the outside.
I believe Horton's car must be extremely loose on him. He's just riding there, not taking any big chances, but certainly he's not running as good as that car normally runs and as good as Jimmy Horton himself normally runs in whatever car he drives.
Now we are told now that the mandatory caution flag that Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons were talking about earlier at lap 25 will now come at lap 35. So within about 3 or 4 laps, they will throw the caution flag. I should say throw it. They will wave the caution flag. Throwing it's a bad thing to do. They will wave the caution flag going forward, and everyone will come down pit road. They are required to make a visit on the pit road, but as Ned said, they won't have to change tires. Those have already stopped.
Yeah, that could get them back out on the track ahead of the others, so that was some good strategy on their part.
64 is Michael Doken. Terry Teague, the black 11, and that's Gary Bradbury, the Rookie of the Year in the 78 car.
Bradbury led every lap in Winchester back in October. Has 3 wins as a rookie driver in ARCA. He won at Pensacola, Flat Rock, and of course that win back on October 1st at Winchester.
And here are the leaders in some heavy traffic, and Mike Wallace has caught them. He's moving up into second, trying to move on the inside of Trickle. They're going to make it 3 wide going into the turn.
And Mike Wallace takes the lead. What a move, man.
And Trickle gets caught up behind the slow car, and here comes Tim Steele down on the inside. Now Trickle comes back.
In less than a quarter of a mile, Dick Trickle goes from leading to third spot as some pretty daring moves there, and now he will take the second spot back, going inside of Tim Steele in turn 3.
And the yellow flag is out, that mandatory caution that you talked about, Jerry.
And once again, the reason for that is they're going to check tires. Let's go to the pits and Kyle Petty.
My Winston Cup guy just left me. I want to tell you something. I'm standing here in a pit, and you can see they're loading tires right here on this buggy right here. This is the buggy for the 21 car. There are more Winston Cup tire crew on pit road scavenging tires. Goodyear evidently has run out of tires. They're having a problem with tires, as evident by the 25-lap caution. They're worried about the right rears on the Goodyears only going 30 or 35 laps. So here's a guy from the 3 car talking to him. The guy from the 2 car come in right after the guy from the 21 car got here and got the tires bought before anybody else. It's a free market. I love America. They're down here buying tires left and right, and these aren't wholesale tires either. They're paying double the price for them to get them ready for the Winston Cup race tomorrow, guys.
That was Joe Dan Bailey, the tire specialist on the Dale Earnhardt crew, scavenging, as Kyle Petty said, scavenging, trying to find him some used tires.
We might mention that the Goodyear is running the same tire exactly on the left and right side in both ARCA and Winston Cup. Now, the Hoosier people are running the same right side tire, but on the left side, the ARCA cars are running the old Charlotte tire. I should say the old Charlotte tire, the tire that's about a month old from Charlotte. So the mandatory caution flag, and now we're going to watch these cars come down pit road, and we'll see the triple split there. Top of your screen, Mike Wallace, Dick Trickle, and on the bottom, Tim Steele.
There's a 90 car. I wonder if Mike Wallace, he just might have his Winston Cup crew there. His Heilig Myers crew. We'll see if that's the case. And we can see he's already finished with the right side, and Trickle's crew, the Rulo brothers, still trying to get the right side changed. Jack's still trying to go up.
Of course, it took him a little bit longer to get to his pits. Now Wallace, his crew went around between 11 and 12 seconds, and between 13 and 14 seconds when they went around to the other side. So Wallace's crew is a little bit faster.
And Tim Steele's car fell off the jack a moment ago. They had to jack the left side of the car back up, and now he is finally down in the way after a 4-tire stop. You see Mike Wallace, top of your screen, already out, and then as you pointed out, and finally you see the Rulo brothers car, Dick Trickle, leading.
But you see, the time was the same on them as far as when they were stopped in the pits, Trickle and Mike Wallace. Now, that's considerably longer than we see the Winston Cup drivers. When they come in on Sunday, anywhere from 16, Rusty Wallace's crew, to 18 to 19 seconds. Of course, these guys don't have the experience that the Winston Cup drivers have and Winston Cup crews have in making pit stops.
Yeah, that's right. The Winston Cup crews will make 10 tire changes in one day. These guys will make 10 tire changes in a year.
Yeah, big difference.
Under caution for the 3rd time today. This one do a mandatory check for safety reasons at the tires. Back with more green flag racing action from Atlanta Motor Speedway right after this. Stay with us.
Are they allowed the same equipment in the pits as Winston Cup on the jacks and all that stuff?
There from our Rebestas platform camera, high above the Atlanta Motor Speedway, looking at downtown. There's the Matlock's, the City Cafe.
Yeah. Good. Nice shot. Whose shot is that?
Interesting how Benny picked out that cafe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm
thinking, you're probably thinking about, what's the Japanese place, Ned?
Yeah, what is that?
Ichabod.
Yeah.
Ichiban or whatever it is.
Ichiban, yeah.
Good place to eat. Haven't been there in several years.
You know, I would pick out maybe the Georgia Dome. Benny picks out a cafe.
No, you ever watch Matlock? That shot when they show his office, or supposed to be his office? That's the City Cafe in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's where we ate that night.
Yeah, that's right.
We went to eat.
Yeah, with ABC.
That's right. Took us out to eat, didn't they? Back at Hampton, Georgia, here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the Jiffy Lube 500 in the early laps. In fact, lap 37 to be exact. 3rd caution flag today completed for a tire check, and we're back to green flag racing on lap 39. 3 laps of caution. Check those tires. And up front,
it's the 7th car of Joe Bessie, the Busch Grand National, NASCAR Busch Grand National campaigner. And uh-oh, here comes Trickle trying to take that spot away.
And we see Jeff Purvis up there. He made a pit stop on one of the earlier cautions, and like we predicted, he just came in and checked his tires, put in a little bit of gas, and he went right back out, so it's got him up there in the third position right now.
That 32 car is Mark Stahl. That's the campaigner who used to run Automobile, was parked on his car for many, many years. Evidently, Mark was a lap down.
So Dick Trickle now being shown as our leader once again. Our pole sitter, the Rulo Brothers pedigree sponsored Chevrolet. Behind him, the car number 7. Good run for Joe Bessie. His first ever ARCA start. Former Busch Grand National and former Busch Grand National North campaigner.
And what he really runs good at that NASCAR Busch Grand National. So Mike Wallace trying to take over the 4th spot. Is that Harris Devane again in the 33?
That's Harris Devane in the red car. First, second, and third on your screen is now Purvis getting a little dicey back there in 3rd spot.
Oh, man. Jerry Boyd looks like he's over for the day. We're told his car was smoking, and he's very, very slow down the back straightaway.
Jerry picking up sponsorship from Sizzlin' Quick Restaurants, new quick hamburger chain. And as he comes down the pit on the apron, he finished 17th here a year ago.
And he was just thrilled to death that his dad, A.J. Boyd, came here with him this weekend, was supporting him, and wanted to really do good. And he was running good.
Running off. His first start in ARCA 1994 was today in the ARCA finale.
Ever see Loyal in the 19? That's a new barbecue sauce on the car, Jackaroo or something, a new barbecue sauce, and the 16 car of Tim Steele. Uh-oh, it looks like Kevin Ray up in smokes, 16 years old. John Ray from East Boga, Alabama. That's his son in his first ever big track race.
Back to this battle for 6th and 7th spot between Loy Allen.
And this car, number 19, that he's driving there, Jerry, knows its way around this racetrack where he knows how to put it around here because he won the pole for the Winston Cup race here back in March.
And change of position up front, at least for 2nd spot, as Jeff Purvis, last year's winner, takes an Elko Remy Chevrolet around the car number 7 of Joe Bessie, and Bessie now gets passed by Mike Wallace for 3rd spot.
Yes, sir. Mike Wallace is trying to paint that 2nd corner.
I don't believe Joe Bessie could have changed tires. He got back out there so quick, and that might be hurting a little bit now.
Did you see Mike Wallace, the run that he got as he came off that 2nd corner? It looked like he had 50 more horsepower than those other guys and went right by Purvis.
You know, Mike told me in qualifying he did not qualify very well because both cars that qualified in front of him were slipping and sliding in the turns. He didn't want to take a chance. He wanted to get a good solid lap and get in the field. He said, you know something? We've got a Robert Yates motor in this car for this race in Atlanta, and we are stout.
It looked like he was stout just a moment ago because he went down the straightaway like a rocket ship.
Now he's caught Trickle. Trickle is doing a great job of using the center groove, the one that works best for him. And Mike has tried him a couple of times on the inside, and I don't know, that's not working too well right now when you've got cars that are running about the same speed. Here's Jack Bowser, Bobby Bowser running down on the inside, getting passed by Kerry Tigg for 10th place.
And those Kenny Allen goes by the onset car. That's some new condominiums you saw there coming off turn 2. We'll get a shot of that in just a second. And Bradbury goes by as well. It's Mark Thompson in the 66. Remember, he had a green car in Daytona and flipped so wildly coming off the 2nd corner. He's back and he got rid of that green car in a hurry.
Yeah, got a red one. Is that red?
Yes, it is.
Riding along with Bobby Bowser, that quality Farm and Fleet in-car camera. Once again, back up front, Mike Wallace looks to the inside. Now, he's using a lot of racetrack.
I tell you what, Ned, you're exactly right. Dick Trickle is doing a great job holding that line. Jeff Green takes over the 4th spot from Joe Bessie. That's Green in the 95, showing his in car. That's David Green, the 1994 NASCAR Busch Grand National champion. That's his younger brother.
And what about the tires? Now, we had a mandatory caution flag to check tires. Let's check in now with John Kernan.
Jerry, up and down my end of pit road, don't see any blistering, but what I'm being told by the crew chiefs, the tires, after only 23 green flag laps, are pretty well halfway worn out.
Well, that's better news than we heard earlier this morning. They were talking about wearing them out in 25 laps. So now in 23 laps, if they're half worn out, The wear is improving, and it will get better as time goes on. As the day wears on, the wear will get better.
Sure, as they wear some of the brashness off of the new asphalt, and of course get a little rubber put down. Hey, look at Mike Wallace just going around Dick Trickle.
And talking about tire wear, it was Mike Wallace, our leader right now, in the drivers' meeting this morning, who voiced concerns about the tires. And here's some smoke now coming out of one car. We saw the Jeff Purvis car slowing down. This car billowing smoke down the backstretch.
That's the 97 car of Mark Gibson.
Caution is out.
And Mark Gibson, former Rookie of the Year in ARCA competition, is on the apron. Here is Purvis headed to pit road. John, what's the problem?
Jerry, something in the engine compartment is let go. Purvis radioed in and say the motor has broken. These guys aren't in any big hurry because they know it's a long walk from pit install number 2 all the way back to the ARCA garage.
Now, tough break for Jeff Purvis, last year's winner in the Jiffy Lube 500, as they bring out the caution flag for the 4th time today here on lap 51. Purvis heads for the garage, and Mark Gibson also will join him momentarily. Back in a moment.
Better him than me. By the way, does anybody know if Mark Gibson's working for Bill Elliott?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. I thought he was. You know, when Tony that worked with the Kowicki,
Tony Gibson,
his brother, he quit the 7 car and went to work down at Elliott's, and
really?
I was under the impression that Mark was there too.
I got you. Certainly.
Is that 90 car a Ford?
Yes. Go ahead, John.
Hey, you guys were speculating about Joe Bessian changing no tires. He changed right side tires only.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
Ford, Chevy, Ford. Ford, Chrysler.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that shot. I like that shot, Mikey. Good looking shot.
And somewhere down there is the City Cafe.
We're at the Georgia Dome, off to the left there. That is downtown Atlanta, and we are some 30 miles south of Atlanta here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, getting set for more ARCA competition. Take a look at the manufacturer's battle. Chevrolet has currently leading 123 points, Ford 119 points. They have 8 wins to 6 wins. And of course, we are told Chevrolet has won 6 of the last 8 manufacturers' championships.
And right now, a Ford is leading the race. A Chevrolet is second. So we'll have to see how this thing shakes down as we go along.
And Ray Bestis Brakes providing those beautiful ESPN helicopter shots of downtown Atlanta and high above Atlanta Motor Speedway. Ray Bestis, the best in brakes. And thanks to those fine folks for providing those overhead shots from the helicopter.
We got a decal on the helicopter. How about that? We think of everything, don't we?
Good folks giving us some beautiful shots. What a gorgeous day here, 67 degrees, few clouds around, but no chance of rain, and we can just pray for one like that tomorrow, because we've got a great one coming for you on ESPN tomorrow. The 35th annual Hooters 500 coming your way at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Dale Earnhardt, a 7-time, now tied with Richard Petty, Winston Cup champion, and what a year he has had. Can Rusty Wallace repeat? He won this race a year ago. That's 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time. 35th annual Hooters 500 coming your way. Bob Dickel will be joining us along with all the other ESPN crew, providing our live flag-to-flag coverage. 500 miles, 328 laps. We'll be back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Beautiful day in Atlanta. Nice view from the condos. Back in a moment.
Are the people up in the condos? Are they open?
Bruton said about, I believe he said 16 people have moved in them or something like that.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's see, 1, 2.
Oh, my. This isn't Daytona, Rusty.
Hey, Benny, you're talking about that Jackaroo barbecue sauce?
Yeah.
That's Lloyd wanted to tell me and make sure we knew what it was. It's named after like an Australian cowboy is apparently called a Jiffy.
Whoa! 15 yards, clip.
Australian cowboy.
Australian cowboy, huh?
Yeah, that's what they call them, jackaroos.
That's a great shot.
He told me. I thought he said jackaroot barbecue sauce.
Yeah. Hey.
Too bad you guys kids can't see this. That's pretty good.
It's a Miller Genuine Draft balloon.
And we're back at Atlanta Motor Speedway. That is Bobby Boucher's Quality Farm and Fleet 4 you're riding along with on our roof camera. The big Q stands for the Quality Farm sponsorship on that car. And Bobby sneaking up a little bit on the outside of the car number 64 there, getting ready for the restart. Michael Dockin. And here's an up-and-coming driver. Car number 55, Timmy Fedua, 27 years of age, out of Holt, Michigan. He is our Sears Die-Hard driver profile. Best ARCA finish came in this race 2 years ago. He finished second to Loy Allen. Finished 10th this year in the Busch Grand National points. His first career NASCAR Winston Cup start back in September 1994. Had a fourth place finish in Busch up at Martinsville. The young man's a former ARTCO and ASA Rookie of the Year. 27-year-old Tim Fedua, our die-hard driver profile.
Didn't I see his dad was inducted into the Michigan Auto Racing Hall of Fame or something?
Yep, I think just within the last week or 10 days.
That's Timmy there in the Duraglass sponsored Ford today. Ray and Diane DeWitt on that car.
Had a good qualifying run for the Hooters 500, but didn't quite make the show. Boy, that was some close qualifying.
Had 57 Winston Cup cars trying to qualify, and a number of them are going to go home.
Unfortunately, that's true. And I think you had to, if you broke the track record, you broke the track record and you still didn't make the race.
Yeah, I think there were perhaps 7 or 8 cars that broke the track record that are not going to be racing tomorrow.
Well, that's incredible. We're talking about, and the reason for that is the brand new paving job. That's why this track, looks so nice and dark and smooth. And you heard Kyle Petty and Michael Waltrip commenting on the paving job early in our broadcast. Still under caution here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Laps counting number 54 here in the Jiffy Lube 500. Back with more after this.
Didn't need to see that.
Well, what's the promo, Sam? Let's see if I got it here. When is the race? I don't have the promo in front of me. What time tomorrow morning is the race, Pam? I don't have the promo. Okay, gotcha. Schumacher had a scary one yesterday, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Hey, we're buddies. It's a tough crowd here, isn't it? That's the finale, right, Pam?
Race 17, or is that race 17? What is it?
All kinds of racing coming your way this weekend. The Grand Prix of Australia coming up. Look at this point standing. Schumacher and Hill 1 point apart, and Schumacher and Hill will start 1 row apart at Australia. Nigel Mansell on the pole. in qualifying there in Australia. You can see all the action at 8 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, the Grand Prix of Australia from Adelaide, Australia. Green flag flies once again here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Car number 90, Michael Wallace. Mike Wallace up front in a Braun paint-sponsored Ford Thunderbird.
21 cars on the lead lap.
Now we watch as Triple tries to get a run down the back straightaway. Can't do it.
That red car there is Tim Steele. We saw him flying up through the field a little bit earlier before they made pit stops.
Tim Steele trying to take that 4th spot away from Loy Allen.
Well, Ben, it just looks like it's tough to pass down on the inside.
It is tough to pass. Looks like the high side is really the fast way around there, but I don't think the drivers want to try that high side very much. They don't want to go up there for some reason.
I'm sure that once they get under a car at the speeds that they're running here, that probably loosens the car up a little bit. Takes a little bit of air off the spoilers.
Speaking of getting under, Tim Steele down on the inside, leading the car number 95, will take the 3rd spot away as he slides by Jeff Green.
It made work for him in those 2 passes, didn't he?
Now Loy Allen is alongside Jeff Green and trying to bring a whole train with him. That's Joe Bessie, Keselowski.
And Tim Steele just went right on by Dick Trickle. Trickle backed off going into turn 3 over there and let him go. He didn't want to get in there in the situation, get the cars all loose going into the turn and cause a crash.
And that car at the end of the line is Bill Venturini, who started 43rd.
Now here's the car number 51 of David Simcoe. He had a power steering problem a little bit later on. I understand they cut the belt or something on, so he's driving without power steering.
And Tim Steele has taken the lead from Mike Wallace. Now Trickle takes over that 2nd spot from Wallace.
Tim Steele, 1 win, 2 poles this season in ARCA competition.
What did the champion last year?
He was 1993 ARCA Series champion, in fact. You're exactly right, Benny. He won this year in Pocono, Pennsylvania in July. Tim Steele, the red car, left side of your screen. 144 laps remain. The Jiffy Lube 500 is 500 kilometers, 312 miles, or 204 laps. So we have run just about, 58 laps?
Ooh, 3 abreast here, and Tim Steele goes down on the inside, and the car number 32, Mark Stahl, he just backed off, which was a good, smart move.
There's L.W. Miller in the 5 car. Frank Kimmel, the 02 on the outside, the Indiana Steel.
It looks like he's found that high groove and working pretty good. Kimmel up to the left of your screen. Maybe something passing there on the outside.
Frank Kimmel's dad, Bill Kimmel, used to run ARCA with me, and Bobby Bowers' dad, Jack, used to drive when I was up there. And that's something I'm talking about, the kids of the drivers, the guys I used to drive against.
And here's another car off the pace, 67, slowing, and that is Lynn Trondheim. He's one of the cars that spun at the end of the first caution flag early in the afternoon, and he now brings that car from central Pennsylvania down on the inside. He's a used car salesman up there at the used car dealership. Back up front there they battle our leader, Tim Steele, and here's a battle racing for 5th position. Joe Bessie in the car number 7 holds on to 5th. Behind him is Bob Keselowski. Boy, remember what happened at the start of this race when a big puff of smoke came out of that car number 29? Looks to be running pretty well now.
I was sure that Keselowski was out of the race and hasn't puffed 1 ounce of smoke since then.
That's Jeff Green in the car number 95 right behind him there. Finished 6th here in 1990. That's in his only other ARCA start.
That's the Sadler Brothers racing machine he's in right there. He'll be driving a Junior Johnson car in Winston Cup action tomorrow. Young man, Tampa Jr. is probably one of the future stars. Boy, was he ever impressive in our Busch Series event on ESPN at Bristol this year. Drove for Michael Walter. Drove Michael's car and had a heck of a day. Finished 3rd up in Bristol, Tennessee.
And he goes by Keselowski on the outside.
Talented young man. Showing his end, car.
Talked to his dad down in the garage area early today, Jeff and David Green Sr.
We were at Atlanta Motor Speedway enjoying exciting ARCA competition, the ARCA Series. Their finale, their 21st and final event on the $2.8 million tour. Yours truly, Jerry Punch, along with Benny Parsons and Ned Jarrett. Up here in the booth, down in the pits, Kyle Petty, Michael Waltrip, and John Kernan bringing this exciting action. Here's a battle for 8th and 9th spot. Bill Venturini, Benny, the guy you mentioned a minute ago, started shotgun on the field.
But he's lost some spots. He was up there behind the... Oh, here's a race for the lead. Trickle on the inside. They run across Harris Main. Trickle backs off, and probably wisely so. Now he's going to try to make it 3 abreast as they come off the corner. Trickle would learn better than that 53 years.
He made it work. Now, well, I saw you do that quite a few times.
Ooh, the 90 car, Mike Wallace, run up on the back of Harris Domain, almost spun going in turn 1.
Yeah, I think he ran up on him a lot faster than he thought he was going to. Now he gets down on the inside and still has to back off. I think their cars get loose when they get down under another car.
They really are having problems getting in the corner on the bottom side. It looks like Mike Wallace is going to lose that 3rd spot.
Mike Wallace on the outside, the car number 90.
Loyal on the inside. And John Kernan told us that Jackaroo is an Australian cowboy. So that's named, the barbecue sauce is named after an Australian cowboy star. Cowboy.
That's part of the Naturally Fresh Foods organization, we are told. Same company that owns the Hooters restaurant chain that sponsors L'Oreal and Winston Cup racing.
Then now that Harris Domain goes to the bottom of the racetrack, and Mike Wallace and L'Oreal are able to get by.
While you're watching Mike Wallace, well, just a moment ago, here's the 56 car is slowing on the inside of the racetrack. That's
on the inside of Tim Steele and takes the lead.
Kyle signing autographs and
back up. They're just now getting to his left side. Left side's going on Trickle's car. Blood nuts being tight. He's already full of fuel. Dick Trickle is down and away, but it looks like Roy Allen might have beaten him to the line at the end of pit road.
Once again, this caution flag on the 3, and a couple of cars having trouble getting started. One, the 02, Frank Kimmel, having been pushed. His car finally refires and heads down to the end of pit road. We'll come back with more green flag ARCA action right after this. Okay, we are checking the audio. This is an audio check back to Bristol, Connecticut, and ESPN, ESPN2. Hello, Robert LaForte, wherever you are. How you doing, big guy? And glad to have ARCA Racing live on the Deuce today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. That sounded like
yeah.
Who did that sound like? Hello, everyone, and welcome to the. Maybe that was Edgar
Murrow.
Murrow, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
I used to listen to him.
Did you?
19 cars on the lead lap.
Here Ned's going. He's still racing.
I think a Butterbean song would be good right now, Ned.
Buddy Baker isn't here.
What did you sing?
I didn't.
I thought you sang one of those songs.
No.
Nope.
I thought you did one of those. Didn't
But
you
it's just a bowl of butter beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get Kyle to sing maybe for us here in this song.
That boy can sing.
That boy can he can do it. I wonder why he quit. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did you?
Did you? Oh, gosh. And we welcome you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway here for the Jiffy Lube 500K. The ARCA event today, finale of the season.
And we are about to go green flag racing, it appears to me.
The car they're showing to be at the front of the field is Michael Doken out of St. Petersburg, Florida. And apparently they will keep the pace car on the racetrack, or else it's going to get awfully exciting, one or the other, as they do not restart this time by. Let's check in with John Kernan. John?
Well, Tim Peterwood had a great qualifying run and also was having a pretty good run today. Tim, you started to lead the pits. It looks like either the clutch or the transmission. What is it?
Yeah, one of the two went. You know, I don't have a clutch pedal and it's in gear and it's still rolling. So, you know, we definitely had drivetrain problems, but, you know, short day, I guess.
Now, you were also here to run in the Winston Cup race tomorrow. Qualifying there didn't quite pan out. But what's ahead next year? Will we see you back on the Busch circuit?
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, that's our main objective is to do good in the Busch Series, and we're looking for sponsorship right now, and hopefully we'll get something in the next few weeks and go Busch racing in '95.
Well, Tim Peter was looking for a great run today. Unfortunately, they pulled it behind the wall. Jerry?
And he was our Sears Die Hard driver profile. Take a look at the car number 91 here. That is Andy Belmont out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania, the old Milwaukee beer car. Now, on the side of that car, it says, or on the back of the car, it's a tribute to Tim Richmond. Of course, Tim Richmond out of Ashland, Ohio, ran so many Winston Cup races, so successful with the old Milwaukee sponsorship in Winston Cup racing. So a nice gesture by Andy Belmont and company in the car number 91.
And he also did that primarily for Evelyn Richmond. You know, Evelyn is not feeling well. She's back in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Andy said he really wanted to do in memory of Tim Richmond before Evelyn. So, Evelyn, that's for you.
It certainly is. Nice comments, and what a family we have in motorsports. ARCA and NASCAR, they certainly all remember and think fondly of each other when you're having troubles.
You know, and all the controversy we've been having about great drivers, you know, who's the best driver and what have you. Just think how great Tim Richmond would have been had he had some longevity, if he had been around for 10 or 15 years.
Oh, incredible. I mean, Dale Earnhardt will be one of the first people to tell you that Tim Richmond was outstanding running wheel-to-wheel with him, and boy, I just hated them. Take a look at our rundown there. You saw the top 15, 16 through 30. Kirk Shelmerdine back in 16th position. Andy Belmont, the car you just saw, currently being shown in 18th spot. He is the last car on the lead lap.
And we see Tim Fiedel up there. He is obviously out of the race now.
Remainder of the field.
In fact, you're taking a heavy toll here today, Jerry. A lot of cars out of the race here, and we're not half finished yet.
tough break for Jerry Foyd, who had been working all year to try to get a sponsorship put together to get back into ARCA and possibly some Busch Grand National Winston Cup racing. Finally put the deal together with Sizzling Quick, and as you said, Ned, had his dad AJ, the legendary Texan, here with him this weekend watching him run, and he put on a heck of a show while it lasted.
He ran very well. I was impressed by him. I did an radio interview with him yesterday, and was really impressed with him too. He's a very articulate young man and anxious to get something going in stock car racing.
Today's field: 21 Chevrolets, 14 Fords, 5 Oldsmobiles, 2 Pontiacs, and a Chrysler. There were 2 provisionals, 1 Champions provisional, that going to Bill Venturini. And what about Bill? He's had a pretty good run. He's come from back in the pack.
He's now in 13th spot. He was 8th just a moment ago, but as we did see on the screen, he was backing up a little bit. Evidently, he stopped and made a pit stop and made some adjustments. Probably had a longer pit stop than he normally would have.
We might mention that yesterday morning, Dave Jensen out of Grain Valley, Missouri, was involved in a serious incident here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in turns 3 and 4. The 40-year-old driver runs ARCA regularly, and his Chevrolet Lumina hit some oil, and apparently a car erupting an engine right in front of him. He hit some oil, and he slammed the wall. Was airlifted by a life flight helicopter to Georgia Baptist Hospital. Now, they mentioned to the drivers this morning in the ARCA drivers meeting that he is still in intensive care, but is now being lifted in stable condition. That's certainly good news for all the ARCA and all motorsports fans around the country. Dave Jensen in stable condition. Getting set for more green flag racing action from Atlanta Motor Speedway. The 21st and final event on the $2.8 million ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series Tour. 13 different winners and 20 races. What a competitive series.
Boy, that is a lot of different winners in that many races.
And during that round of pit stops, the Dokken car, the 64 car, are you calling him Dokken or Dokken, Jerry? Dokken?
Michael?
Dokken? Well, I won't call him whatever you do. Anyway, he did not pit. That's why he's up front right now.
He told me, he said, Doc, it's like Dokken.
Doc, it's like Doc. I can understand that.
Okay. Side by side, that Ford Thunderbird, it's a Mustang, pulls away, and we get set for a restart here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Glad to have you with us. Exciting ARCA competition.
And Loy Allen did beat Dick Trickle out of the pits, as John Kernan was calling that pit stop down there very close as they came out. But Loy Allen did come out in second place, and he is running in second place, trying to take over first. And he's going to do it. Going into turn 3, moves down on the inside of the Dokken car.
And Dokken goes extremely high, and Trickle's going to get hung behind him because here comes a stream of cars on the inside.
Yeah, Trickle started to go up through the middle there, and he said, this isn't going to be smart. And he's too smart to do those kind of tricks, so he gets her back in line. We'll just pick them off one at a time after that then, if you can.
Boy, Loy Allen has said C, and he's taken off as we watch Tim Steele move lead to car number 33 in Harris Devane.
Harris Devane is a lap down in the 33 car, so...
Matter of fact, he's 3 laps down, Benny. He made a green flag pit stop and isn't having the best of days. He's still out there running.
Kerry Teague in the black 11. And there we see Mike Wallace going by. Trickle is falling all the way back to, what, about 5th spot?
Yeah, he got caught up there in that traffic and used his head very, I think he was very wise to back off and get things under control before he started mixing it up too much. And maybe his car's not working too good on the outside. You saw him try to go on the outside of Kerry Teague there, and that didn't quite work.
Let's check in with John Kernan. John, what about Dick Trickle?
Well, I just checked with Gary Rullo, his crew chief, and Gary told me that it's a combination. The car on brand new tires tends to push just a little bit. You saw how well it ran after about 10 or 15 green flag laps, and we got trouble in turn 2 as the car spins and hits the wall.
Heavy contact right in front of other traffic, and they slide by him as a couple of cars loop around. That's the car number 02 spinning, Frank Kimmel. The original car was the car number 5, L.W. Miller, the Miller Auto Transport Chevrolet.
And there was a race back to the flag here between Loy Allen and Tim Steele. Tim Steele had caught Loy Allen there. You see a couple of the cars that were involved.
And both those cars are moving under their own power. The 02 car, Kimmel, and L.W. Miller in the 5.
I'm not sure that Kimmel hit anything. I think the other car did, but Kimmel might have just spun around.
I think you're right. I think he did spin around. And if he did make contact, Ned, it was incidental contact.
And you saw the roof flaps deploy on the Kimmel car. In fact, one flap still sort of sitting semi-up or upright. Let's see if we can see exactly what happened here in turn 2.
Well, L.W. Miller, that's white car on the inside. And the other car starts coming down. L.W. has to kind of turn away from him. And as he does, he loses control. He backs up the racetrack. Boom! In the wall. And as he comes off, he spins around again. And we'll see Frank Kimmel come in here in just a second. We won't see him. Sorry about that. I misled you, folks.
Well, here's L.W. Miller down pit road. 21-year-old driver brings it in after the 6th caution flag of the day. That car considerably shortened in the back. 6th caution of the afternoon at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back with more in just a moment.
92 car hit something.
I thought so, yeah. Did we say he had a problem?
Do what? Sam?
She said this here, no problem.
Yeah, did you hear my mic? 1, 2, 3, 4. It went real loud a moment ago. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Went real loud.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did you say about Kimmel or?
She just said that they were hearing there was no problem from Mike Wallace. I didn't know.
Now, was Kimmel in front of that deal and had already spun?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He was ahead of LW and saw it. He was ahead of LW. As he came up the racetrack, he was up on the wall, and that made him speed.
Oh. What?
Kimmel was ahead of LW. As he came up towards the wall, he was on the outside, so he spun.
Okay.
I think Ray's smoking dope.
If he was ahead of him.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2. My mic's loud again, Billy. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Something fell off that car there.
I think it just be spun. And we are back at Atlanta Motor Speedway under caution for the 6th time today, and that's the reason, or that's what's left of L.W. Miller's car number 5. Well, let's ride along with Bobby Boucher on the roof cam and see if he can see exactly what may have happened.
There we see L.W. Miller. Now we'll see the 02 car go by on the outside, and he starts to spin. You see, he was trying to go by on the outside and got a little bit too high and spun as it came off the corner.
That's why he never did come into the picture there a while ago. He was already in front of that.
That's right.
Now, a little different angle here. Ray Dunlap from ARCA was trying to explain to us. We couldn't understand it, but now we understand it, Ray. We see what you're talking about here. There's the 02 spinning. He was trying to avoid L.W. Miller. And boy, who just missed Kimmel? That's Donnie Paul? Nope. One car just barely got by Kimmel. You see those roof flaps deployed, and he's still getting a bit of a ride there, Frank Kimmel in the 02.
Never did hit anything, but I tell you, they were fortunate that there were not more cars involved in that wreck than there were.
Now let's watch and listen real time.
Bobby Bowden said, man, they're spinning everywhere.
That's right.
And then you were talking about the top of the show about so many positions changing in the points. L.W. Miller was 13th going in, so tough break for him.
Yeah, it is a tough break.
12 of the top 15 could change, as you heard Ned Jarrett say at the top of the show. So L.W. Miller will certainly lose some spots in this finale here today. As lots of action to come your way this weekend. Look, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time, the Buccaneers and the Lions, Tampa Bay and Detroit. Mike Patrick and Joe Thoswood will be on hand for our Sunday night NFL coverage coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's the Bucs and the Lions coming your way from Detroit. Back in a moment.
One, two, three, four, 1, 2.
It'll get Billy to quit grabbing your leg like that. And a beautiful shot above Atlanta Motor Speedway, thanks to the fine folks from Ray Bestis Brakes. Now, caution flag for the 6th time today, and here's the reason. Get a look from our in-car camera, our roof cam, real time, Bobby Bowser's view, and take a listen.
Great move. Great move. He hit the accelerator while he was still behind the car. He knew where the car was going. He hits the throttle and says, let me get out of here as quickly as I can.
So he went on the inside of one and the outside of the other. 2 cars spinning directly in front of him. Several others were in that similar position, too. We just didn't have an in-car camera in their cars.
And getting set for the restart. Back up front, 3 Fords and 2 Chevys in the top 5 as Loy Allen leads him down. Young man won here in 1992, his first ever ARCA win. He finished 2nd at Daytona and Talladega last year. That's 2nd and 3rd, left side of your screen, the red car. Tim Steele, number 16, behind him, the car number 90 in 3rd spot. That's Mike Wallace.
The 33 car, Harrison Main, still left down. Kerry Teague still hanging in there, 4th spot, and there's Trickle, their pole center, early leader in 39, now in 5th spot.
Let's check in with John Kernan. John?
Hey, I got a sportsmanship story for you. Dick Trickle's running 5th. Jeff Green is running 6th. Well, the last pit stop, Trickle's jack more or less is broken after that. They go to Jeff Green because they didn't have a spare jack. They said to Lee Leslie, his crew chief, hey, can we borrow your spare jack? First they said, no way, we won't let you borrow that. And then Lee said, yeah, go ahead and take it. So Trickle is, well, his next couple of pit stops will be with the jack from Jeff Green.
And Tim Steele takes the lead away from Loy Allen. Man, that Steele is running the best I've seen him run this year.
Car is strong.
Having a heck of a run. He had a great run at Pocono, his only victory this year. And here's 7th through 10th as these spots, that is the car 52 in 7th spot. If you look at the 05 now slowing down, that is Dave Mader out of Maline, Alabama, the Long Lewis Ford. Back to that battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Jimmy Horton being shown in 7th spot. The 8th spot was Joe Bessie. 9th being shown the car number 78, Gary Bradbury, the Rookie of the Year. And in 10th spot was the 29 car of Bob Keselowski.
Back to the lead, we can see that Tim Steele has put 5 or 6 car lengths on the 19 car.
Let's check in with Michael Waltrip. Michael, what about Tim Steele?
I'm standing in pit, and the guys were just telling me that the car's the best it's been all day long. When the race first started, it was a little bit tight. Middle stage is a little bit loose, and they think they've got a handle on it right now. My equipment's been down, guys, and I've checked with a bunch of people down here on the end of pit road. Bobby Bowser, ARCA champion, brought these hats. Wasn't worried about points, wanted to go out and win the race. Well, their car isn't performing as strong as they want it to, but all this talk we've had about the tire wear, they ran the first 57 laps on one set of tires, so they're not concerned with that. Also, the Hoosiers now are beginning to move toward the front. You got Steele on Hoosiers leading for the first time today, other than when the duty passed, whoever he was. He was on Hoosiers too. Gary Bradbury, I just happened to be standing on the truck Friday morning when these cars were qualifying. He did a magnificent job saving his car down in turn 3 and 4. He about wiped out. That's why he qualified so bad. He knew he would go to the front. Jeff Green, buddy of mine. In fact, he works for me. I gave him the job earlier this week. His responsibility was to feed my cow. And now look at him. He's up here about to win this race. This Winston Cup NASCAR racing is exciting, folks.
Hey, Michael, put that hat on. Your hair is going every which way, son.
Boy, once he got his equipment fixed, he made up for lost time. Brought us up to date.
That looks good, Mikey. That looks real good down there. That's Michael Waltrip. He's had some equipment trouble early on. Boy, made up for it. But tell us all about Jeff Green. And indeed, supposed to feed his cow? Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, he has a cow. Yeah.
Michael plays on cow.
Dale Earnhardt gave him a cow.
Dale Earnhardt gave him a cow for driving his car at Dover.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in lieu of money?
I don't know. He
might have
said
been
got
in
a
addition
cow.
to.
Yeah, and it might have been in addition to. I don't know. He didn't get a cow out of the deal anyway. Let's see, there's Mike Wallace and the 16 car. So Wallace has caught Tim Steele. And good old Kerry Teague, he's hanging in there in 3rd spot.
A good run for Kerry Teague. He finished 3rd here last year behind Jeff Purvis and Dick Trickle, so he has come very, very close the last couple times he's run here in Atlanta and ARCA.
And Since I tell you every race we do, every ARCA race I do, that he's my TV repairman, I won't tell you this time.
How's your TV set doing?
Doing great.
Good, good. Comforting to know.
He's driving an Oldsmobile, isn't he? That's what it says there, an Oldsmobile. So that's, don't see many of those in competition anymore.
And Loy Allen was running up front, has had his troubles there recently. Let's check in with Kyle Petty. Kyle, what's going on?
Well, Loy's been running up front. He's led, he's run second, he's run third, he's run fourth. His car on this set of tires is a little bit looser than what it has been. And with the tire trouble and with the way they've been talking about tires wearing and stuff, he doesn't want to race with anybody. It's halfway. It's not even a halfway time in the race yet. It's not time to race. He's just interested in riding or catching cautions every now and then. He'll get this set of tires off, make a chassis adjustment, and you'll see Loy Allen back at the front before the day's over. Guys?
Thanks, Kyle. Loy Allen is one of 19 cars on Hoosier tires.
And there we see Mike Wallace going for the lead down in one, and he's got it. Takes the lead away from Steele.
Kerry Tig hanging right in there in the car number 11.
Oh, man, and Kerry foul spun out as that 16 car came right across in front of him. Oh, and Loy Allen spins. Coming off the second corner.
You heard Kyle Petty talk a moment ago that Loy Allen had some tire problems, was going to try to ride it out. Well, apparently that problem has gotten worse. He spun the car, looped it, didn't hit anything, doesn't appear to have hit anything. And the caution flag will come out for the 7th time today here on lap 99.
So he hasn't, did not lose the lap. That's a heck of a way to bring the caution flag out, though, isn't it?
Here's what happened to Loy Allen.
It's very high coming off of the turn. And you can see then the back end begins to go out from under him. He tries to correct it there, and then it comes on around a little bit more. Finally gets completely sideways, then all the way around.
I tell you what, Ned, that was a nice move.
Really?
Because when he corrected that first time, if he had kept going, the car was going to go back and hit the wall with the nose, and he realized that. It looked like he realized that and turned it back to the left and spun the car out. I'm impressed by that move.
Boy, the different angle. Take a look at it from coming at you this time.
Well, it's already started here as he comes down off the bank, and we see the flaps go up. And he's spinning the wheels trying to get that car going. Now he hits some brakes because he realizes there's a wall back there. Good thinking, Loy.
Nice job by Loy Allen, Tim Steele, and others on pit road, and Michael Waltrip's in Tim Steele's pit.
Tim had complained just before that caution flag that he was beginning to get loose. You can see the crew beat the rear spoiler up. The guy carried a wedge wrench across the wall, and you'll see him make an adjustment on the right rear there, changing 4 tires. Tim's revving the motor. He's wanting to get out of here.
And, of course, Michael Waltrip down calling the pit stops on Tim Steele. We'll be calling the pit stops on Michael Waltrip and Kyle Petty tomorrow. And speaking of Kyle Petty, he's with this car. Kyle?
The 19 car definitely wanted a caution. He was interested in riding by himself. He didn't want to be the caution, I can tell you that. Nobody wants to be the caution. They're coming in, they're changing 4 tires. They made a chassis adjustment. He said on that set of tires the car was looser. He had decided to move up the racetrack and try to tighten the car up a little bit, work in the high groove. Didn't work out for him, but at least he got a caution where he can change those tires, guys.
And he was fortunate, Kyle, that he got that caution and didn't hit anything. Most of the time when you're the person that brings out the caution, it's a lot worse than what he encountered here. So he was pretty fortunate. 16 cars in the lead lap, so it's not going to be devastating for him.
And it's like Kyle Petty said, I want a caution, but I don't want it to be me. Unfortunately, it was for Loy Allen. 7th caution flag today here in Atlanta. Back in a moment.
Yeah. I was coming over there.
Okay. No.
You want me to do it now? Oh. Mike Wallace, this is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. Do you read me? We're on break right now. If we have time, we come back. We might try to talk to him.
Or we'll do it.
Okay, buddy. So what's the lead in the manufacturers? 4 points. So if a Chevrolet finishes first or second, they win.
Right.
If if they finish third and it's a tie, do they win anyway? What's that noise in my? You got this popping in your headset?
Yeah, that's probably the in-car camera, in-car radio they got cranked.
So what? Which is Chevrolet.
It should be Chevrolet.
So if Chevrolet runs 1, 2, 3, they win.
No, it's if there's 6 Fords and then 1 Chevrolet, Ford's first, Chevrolet second. Doesn't matter how many in order.
Well, I understand it.
Yeah, then Chevy will win. Yes.
If they finish, if they could be the third manufacturer and they could still win.
Back in Hampton, Georgia, just 30 miles south of Atlanta at Atlanta Motor Speedway and the Jiffy Lube 500. Now, we told you that Mike Wallace had a real good run early on in this race, and currently he's being shown in the second spot. And Benny Parsons?
Well, I'm going to try to talk to him on a racer radio provided by Racing Electronics. And Mike Wallace, this is Benny Parsons up ESPN. You read me?
Thank you, Benny. We're out here getting ready. 1 lap to go.
How is the racetrack?
The track's pretty good. We had a tremendous amount of oil dry all over it earlier. It was making the track pretty slick, but it's smooth, and you know, the cars are real good right now. We're just a little tight in the middle of the corners where it's hurting us, but it's a pretty good old race car here today. We're going to try to win this one.
A lot of guys last night, Mike, were concerned about the high groove. Have you been up there? Is it slippery?
Benny, I'm too scared to get up there right now, to be honest with you. I like running the bottom of the racetrack, and I'll get up there when I got to.
Well, good luck to you.
And, of course, Mike Wallace being shown in second position. And Mike will run 6 or 7 ARCA events next year with Duran sponsorship. John Kernan, let's go to you.
Bob Keselowski sitting in third. I'm betting they changed right side tires. Jimmy Horton, I know I saw them change only right side tires. Horton picked up 2 positions on that pit stop. He is fourth. Dick Trickle, Jeff Green both changing 4 tires.
Hey, thank you, John. Let me correct that on Mike Wallace. He is in 6th position. I said he was second. He's in 6th now. Kerry Teague being shown as our leader. Behind him, our series champion, Bobby Bowser. Bob Keselowski 3rd. Jimmy Horton 4th. The car number 39 being shown in 5th spot. And, of course, our pole sitter, Dick Trickle. And then Wallace, you just talked to a moment ago, Benny, is in 6th position. Green flag waves halfway. Signal being given to the field. Halfway home. 204-lap event. 102 are now complete.
And now there are just 15 cars being shown on the lead lap.
The Ken Schrader owned car prepared by Timmy Cohuff down on the inside. They scramble side by side. That's Bowser out there. 2 by 2 out of turn 4.
We'll see how Horton can do that on the inside there as he gets on the inside of Bowser, tries to make the pass. And I believe he got it done. Yes, he does have it.
Yes. Excuse me, we were told Venturini has been having some troubles, and Michael Waltrip has caught up with that story. Michael?
Yeah, Bill's been running good. Like I said, he started way in the back. And oh, big crash. Turn 4. Bad crash. That's Jeff Green wall. Bobby Bowser, fire's breaking out now.
Yeah, this is a serious accident, Michael. A lot of cars involved. And you see Bobby Bowser's car up against the wall.
Let me know about Jeff Green.
A lot of danger, a lot of damage done to his car.
And that's the roof camera on top of the car number 21. There is the car number 19. What's left of the car number 19. There's Bobby Bowser's car a moment ago. You saw the roof camera shot, the hood buckled up in front of that quality farm and fleet Ford.
You see Bobby moving around in the car, taking off his goggles there.
Well, that's a great sight to see him moving around in there, because there is some heavy, heavy damage to that car. And the camera inside the car, it's still working amazingly.
8th caution flag today. Heavy impact. A couple of cars head on just into the concrete barrier up there in turn 3. Let's take a look again.
We see Tim Steele, the 16 car. It looks like that, is he in Bowser, or is the 67 car, I guess, that Bowser's going to get in the back of?
Yep.
And turn him around, and he's going to come up the racetrack and touch Bowser. No, the other car is going to hit Bowser and turn him in the wall.
Was that the Jeff Green car?
That was the car number 95 of Jeff Green. It was being shown in the 3rd or 4th spot, and he gets nicked by the 67 car. Initially, Lynn Crawltime, and his car is headed toward the wall. He gets hit again by Bowser and turns the car head on into the concrete.
see Harris Devane coming down to the inside in the 33 car. I see a driver walk into the ambulance. I didn't tell. That was Jeff Green, we're told. So Michael, we're told that he was walked to the ambulance and got in, Michael.
And they're talking to this driver who was apparently awake and alert. Let's Lynn Krautheim III, the young man who's a used car dealer up in Pennsylvania, and they're pushing the remains of his car down across as they are going to red flag this race. Doyle Ford waving the red flag due to this heavy contact debris all over the racing surface between turns 3 and 4. And there is Doyle waving the red flag on the flag stand. Henry Wetzel behind him. There is the Loy Allen car. And Bobby Boucher getting help, getting assisted out of his car, and apparently has a bit of a limp. And
he just said, look, just hang on, just hang on.
They are there with him, the Atlanta South crew and the trauma crew from Georgia Baptist Hospital. Once again, here's the replay of what happened.
That's Donnie Paul down to the inside of the 9 car. That's Krautheim, the red car up on the outside. And there we see the 52 car go by. Now, the 21 of Bowser is going to touch the back of the 67 right there. That's going to turn him down. He's going to hit the 95, which turns him up into the wall, and Bowser gets into the 95. And golly, that was heavy contact by Jeff Green. And Bowser goes up, makes contact, and we see the other cars spinning down through the accident.
I tell you, that 95 impact that we see, the car number 95, it's momentarily there's some flame coming from beneath the car, but the entire front of that car is sheared away. It reminds me so much of the Michael Waltrip incident at Bristol, Tennessee a few years ago. Watch again at a little bit different angle.
And once again, we're going to see the 21. He's on the outside, make contact with the red 67.
Yeah, he runs up on that car so fast and just taps it a little bit and spins it around. And then, of course, it gets into Jeff Green. And those other cars coming in there really had nowhere to go. And they just keep wrecking. Ken Allen gets into it in the car number 3.
Dick Trickle was trying to get his car slowed down. He got some sheet metal damage on the right front of it. Now let's look at it from Bobby Bowser's perspective on the roof cam, live, real time from the in-car camera.
So he tried to get slowed down, but he came up on him so fast. And the lights went out on the camera.
It came back there. You see the hood buckled up and the whole front of that Ford Thunderbird shortened somewhat. Bobby Bowser has been helped out of the car, and as we said at the top of the show, he had already secured the series championship a couple of weeks ago by virtue of his 3 wins and 18 top 10 finishes. And it's a good thing, because if they had gone down to the wire here in Atlanta, that's what's left of his Ford. He probably wouldn't have been the series titleist for 1994.
I tell you what, Ned, sometimes that in-car camera tells us something, sometimes it doesn't. That time it told us exactly what caused that accident.
Yep.
And there's Dick Trickle's car sitting on the track. Let's check in. John, have you been talking to the crew?
Well, I've talked to the crew. I've also seen the cars that came by me down here on pit road. Part of the right front, the air dam is gone, is away, and that's going to cause air to come in. Now, also, they're speculating that the tow has been knocked out. Now, they cannot touch the cars. In fact, we were just told nobody is being allowed out on the track. That means us or the crews to go out and talk to the drivers to survey the damage. They will have to wait until the red flag period ends. They can get on pit road under caution and try and fix the car. But he's going to have a handful, because of that right front of that air dam is just completely torn away.
And, John, there's some of the carnage on the racetrack. That's why we are red flagged here, and some of the right front missing from that pedigree Food for Dog Chevrolet, the Rouleau Brothers car of Dick Trickle. Back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway in a moment. Boy, that was frightening. That Jeff Green deal was frightening. My goodness. Whew. Okay. Okay.
A font count. What do you mean a font count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's refueling.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Change headsets, Joe.
Bruised that wall, didn't it? Left some paint.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What's that comeback? You're going to do the wall, come back with a shot of the wall? Okay. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Now that is the concrete wall up in turns 3 and 4 where these cars impacted a moment ago at probably 185 or so net miles an hour.
Yes, they hit very hard, Jerry, and of course you can see a lot of bruising on the wall and certainly a lot of paint left on the wall.
That wall was nice and pristine colors, and that's probably where some of that paint came from, off the yellow and red and orange right side of Loy Allen's car. Now once again, we're in the 8th caution flag of the day. Let's take a look from our Rebestos Brakes helicopter platform camera, and we'll show you what happened.
Okay, the cars are running very close together, and you can see that Bobby Bowser runs up on the car number 67 there. The car 67 appeared to slow, and Bowser hit him just enough to spin him around. Here comes Jeff Green, the car number 94, spins him up in front of Bowser. Green hits the wall hard, gets hit from behind once again, and cars continue to come on in, spinning, hitting each other. A massive wreck here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Now the yellow car left side of your screen, that was our pole sitter we talked about just a moment ago going to break. That was Dick Trickle's car. You saw him get involved with another car and damage the right front of his machine. But Jeff Green, 32 years of age, it's a matter of being in the wrong place at the right time.
It sure was, and here we go once again. We're going to see it from a different angle. 67 car comes down, touches the 95, and watch as he goes across. And wow, what a vicious lick into the wall. And how many times did Jeff Green hit the wall? 2 or 3 times as the car went around, and each time. And now, to add insult to injury, Harris DeMaine comes along and hits and tears up the pieces.
And backs into him, and flames erupt. And now you see Green's car come down across the racetrack, watching for Dick Trickle's car to come through the yellow machine, as a couple of cars were coming through there just trying to avoid traffic.
There really was not much of a place to go once that spinning started. It was up towards the front of the pack.
Now the crews that they're working, that car up on the very top of this 24-degree banking there in the turn has come to rest up against the outside. That the Quality Farm and Fleet Ford Thunderbird.
We're told that all the drivers walked into the ambulance, so that no one...
Well, that's excellent news. And they have outstanding safety crews here from Atlanta South and Georgia Baptist Hospital, and a brand new infield hospital they opened up here. They've got on the inside, so new facility. They certainly have spared no expense for safety here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Under caution for the 8th time today due to an incident there up in turns 3 and 4, and they're beginning to remove now some of the debris, and I guess you would call this debris. It's what's left of a Ford Thunderbird. Benny?
Well, I'm going to try to get Dick Trickle on our racer radio and see what he's got to say. Dick Trickle, this is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. You read me?
Oh, we read you.
Kind of a scary moment there a couple of seconds ago, wasn't it?
10-4, yeah. The car going sideways goes slower than I can frontwards, I guess. I just leaned against the guy and we got a right front pushed in a little bit. My crew with the Rule Brothers there, and said the crew was going to try to pull the sheet metal out a little bit. We didn't do no major damage at all.
As far as you know, it's only sheet metal damage, huh?
The steering wheel's in place and all that, and it didn't really hit. It just got against each other.
So what can they do? Put tape over that to try to make it a little more aerodynamic? Because, Dick, I mean, I realize you can't see it. I'm looking at the thing right now, and the whole right side of the air dam and the front of the fender is gone.
Ooh. Hear that, boys? Well, yeah, we'll probably try to put a piece of aluminum over there. It must have just busted off then. They'll try to put a little aluminum there and just see the best they can do.
How's the racetrack?
We're trying to fabricate a piece right now, getting it ready.
That's the crew telling you they're trying to fabricate a piece right now to get it ready.
We're going to have to deal with it as
We got enough time
Dick,
here.
how's the racetrack?
We might lose some track position, but we
No,
can get that back.
Fine.
We fix
It's
it.
really good, but we've had a lot of oils I put on here today. You know, some of them are last been running on a lot of
Spider
oils.
lets us know about the pace car.
Yeah, that's fine. Here, let's round up some extra drills and rivet guns and stuff right now.
get some more stuff. We need 2 or 3 of them.
That's the Rulo brothers, Gary and Rusty. They own the car, getting some help from some of the Winston Cup teams that are helping pit the car today. And you see the preparation. They're going to get a sheet metal, and they're going to start trimming some sheet metal and try to make a patch to put over that opening.
There's a piece of aluminum he was talking about. I guess I should tell Dick goodbye, huh?
Okay.
Hey, Dick Trickle, this is Benny Parsons. We're going to let you guys worry about putting that piece of aluminum on the nose right now, okay?
And this thing as possible so we don't go a lap down.
We can hear those guys still conversing
Okay,
I
back
can
and
do
forth.
that. Stand by one.
Communication to the pit here on fixing this thing. Mike, I don't know if you heard him with that break in there, but they want you to keep track of where the pace car is so we cannot lose a lap.
Okay, where do you want me to call the pace car when you guys want to get them back out of the pit?
That's a spotter that Dick Trickle was.
They go back, middle of the back straightaway, going into 3, middle of 3 and 4, and then when they come off of 4. Off of 4.
Dick's telling the spotter what he...
Think we can stay in the pits until he gets to the flag stand?
I'm not mistaken, that spotter is Vic Urban.
I can't pass him on pit road, Mike. I got to be going out ahead of him.
I mean, if you're sitting there in pit number 1 and the pace car is at the flag stand, you should be able to beat him out, shouldn't you?
10-4. But, if when he's coming off of 4, they'll be getting me ready to go out, so I can get out by it.
That's pretty good information. Listen,
Just call it. You guys do whatever the hell you want to do.
pretty good information. Listen to those guys talk.
And thankfully, we saw that horrible impact up in turns 3 and 4. We were concerned. Jeff Green took a head-on lick with the wall, and thankfully, he is with our Michael Walton. Mike?
Jeff is this is a great, thankful sign to see him standing here and everything's just fine. He says anytime you're running this fast like we do here at Talladega, you're going to wreck hard, but we're in Atlanta.
Yeah, I know, I was kind of kidding, but it was, man, we had a pretty good run going, I tell you. We just kind of riding and trying to stay out of what happened, these ARCA races, sometimes they get that way, but had an awful good ride. It just didn't turn out that way, and I don't know, it's just a bad deal. I'm all right. Looking forward to getting back out there.
You think that you'll be all right to run tomorrow? Got a good ride and great qualifying effort today.
Oh, yeah, just looking forward to it, man. These things, the ARCA guys, they tend to get a little excited every once in a while, and I was kind of afraid of that, but I'm all right, and we'll just look forward to tomorrow.
And I know watching Jenny isn't as much fun as this, but it's a lot safer.
I heard that. It's something else. I never hit a wall that hard, but man, it hurts for a while, but thank God I'm all right.
Yeah, thank God for that. You do know Jenny's my cow, right?
Yeah, right.
Michael, who's watching the cow?
Benny wants to know who's watching Jenny. You ain't concerned at all about Jenny, are you?
Jenny be all right. Jenny will take care of herself.
Jenny will be fine, and I'm so proud to see him walk out of there. That was a heck of a wreck. You wait till you see it on TV. Everybody will tell you about it, but till you see it on TV, it's like when I wrecked at Bristol that day. I didn't know what was wrong with everybody. So when you walk up, people are going to look at you like you ought to be at least crippled or something, but you look great, man.
Well, I'm glad I can sit here and talk about it and laugh about it because it was a ride. That's the biggest ride I ever took. But we had an awful good ride going. We just kind of hanging out, and thought we had a shot at the end to try to do some good, but didn't turn out that way.
Thankfully, he's fine.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Well, that's great, Michael. As we'll show you once again, now he is in the white car right side of your screen, number 95.
He's got on the inside. The 67 Krautheim comes down, touches him in the right rear, and turns him head-on in the wall, and the 21 car finishes his job, Ned.
Yes, he does. And then the 19 car of Loy Allen comes along and hits him, and then he's going to get hit again. As you said, adding insult to injury, another car comes along and hits him on the right side. That was the 33 car that hit him the last time.
Harris Devane in the car number 33. So, just tremendous carnage up there. As you're right, Ned. Another car involved was Loy Allen in the car number 19, and he's standing by with Kyle Petty. Kyle?
Yeah, I'm standing here with Loy. We were talking about it on the radio. We were talking about it on the TV here. You got a little loose. You were trying to run by yourself. Spun, brought the caution out, didn't lose a lap, but you're back there in the pack. And all of a sudden, when you get to turn 3, it all breaks loose in front of you. What happened over there?
Yeah, well, I really don't know. We were got a little bit loose there at that time. We were going to try to see if we could go up and work the high groove, but it's hard to do it by yourself. So, we were just going to wait around the car. We had a good setup that practice or that time we came in before, so we were just going to kind of wait and see what happened toward the end of the race. But, you know, unfortunately we had some bad luck, and I really don't know what happened. Just everything in front of us started going, you know, crazy, like, you know, with the car, and you know, and I don't know. We had a good day. You know, the Jackaroo car was running really good.
Well, explain to me exactly what this Jackaroo stuff is. I've heard Benny and Ned and Jerry talk about this stuff all day long, and I don't have a clue. I know the general public out there doesn't know whether it's barbecue sauce, ketchup, mustard, whether you eat it, whether you put it on your car tires to make them look better. I don't know what they think it is.
Well, Jackaroo is a barbecue sauce that Hooters has, and you can buy it in your buy-low, you know, grocery stores. And, you know, they have it out in a lot of different places. But a Jackaroo is like a cowhen in Australia. So, it's, you know, it's something, a name that they came up with, and I think it works out really good. And, you know, buy-low has a lot of it.
Well, that's good. So go to the buy-low, but the Jackaroos that we're going to send it back up to right now are the guys up in the box up there.
We're Jackaroos. There's a jackleg in the pits down there. Kyle, Benny. Benny, get back here, Benny. You can buy it later. Get back here. Get back in your seat. All right, we're under caution here with a horrible crash in turn 3, but fortunately everyone is A-OK. Back with more ARCA competition from Atlanta Motor Speedway in just a moment.
That was some great stuff, guys.
That was nice. That was nice. Michael, that was nice with Jeff. And Kyle, it was
Bobby Bowser because his neck hurt. Gary Bradbury's coming out now, and Gary Bradbury. You want me to talk to him?
Yeah.
Which one?
Hey, Pam, when this thing starts back and
Okay, I got him.
And Vic Trickle is sitting there working on the car, we need to follow the pace car around and tell him that's what Trickle was talking about. You understand?
Okay, what's our traffic back? Going to Michael with Bradbury? Okay.
What now?
Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, still under a red flag condition. I said caution a moment ago. It's actually a red flag situation here due to a horrible incident up in turn 3 and 4 involving about 8 or 9 cars, at least a half a dozen cars destroyed up there. And fortunately, the drivers are A-OK. And another one has come out of the infield care center. I think Michael Walton's with him. Mike?
Yeah, I've caught up with Gary Bradbury. And first of all, I talked to the doctor. Bobby Bowser's complaining of some neck pain, and they're thinking about transporting him to the hospital via the ground. No emergency, just to further observe him. Did you talk to Bobby, Gary?
Yes, I did, Michael. I talked to him there for a second in the ambulance, and he just said his neck was sore. He was okay, though, and bothering him a little bit, so I think they're going to carry him and do some x-rays.
Well, I was watching ARCA qualifying yesterday morning, and you did a heck of a job saving that car to have something to race today, and you brought it to the front, and I know you're disappointed.
Yeah, we really are. I tell you, qualifying, when that car went up the track, I knew I was going to hit the wall. I just didn't know how hard it was going to be, but somehow it stayed out of the wall, and we was worried about starting so far back in the field and getting in trouble, and there we made it through all that, but here get up toward the front, and looked like I think the red car, something happened to him, and he got tagged. I think something happened to the motor or something. He got tagged and spun, and it was all over after that.
You look fine, and you got to be excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, I really am, Michael. We're with Jimmy Means and all, and Napa Ford. I tell you, we're just ecstatic about it. We come here just really hoping we can make the show, and then we got some time and thought, well, we might even squeeze off the top 20 and to wind up 12th. I'm really excited, and I know Jimmy is.
Well, that's great. It's good to see young drivers come in, and especially with a guy like Jimmy Means. There's not a better person in the garage area. I know Gary's proud not only for himself, but for Jimmy as well.
Indeed, Michael. In fact, Jimmy's very, very high on Gary Bradbury for next year, possibly. Let me ask you, Michael, we were talking about the incident. I know you couldn't see it there in the pits that we saw a moment ago in Jeff Green's impact, but I would say that ranks probably second to your crash at Bristol as far as a violent impact a couple of years ago. You said, Jeff, people are going to come up to you and say, are you okay? They're not going to believe you're okay. Tell us about your situation up there. People couldn't believe that you were able to get up and walk away.
Yeah, that was a deal where I didn't know anything about the wreck. All I knew is I'd wrecked and that I was fine. And I got to the hospital, and they were all like admitting me like I should be laying down dead or something. And I was really confused about what everybody's problem was. I just wanted them to check me out and send me on my way. And then they showed me the wreck on TV, and I said, well, I guess these people had a little right to be concerned. And I think it'll be the same situation for Jeff. Unfortunately, I was watching it when it happened, and I saw Jeff go into the wall, and it's just such a scary sight when you're going at these speeds and have the car turn head-on into the wall like that. And Jeff is, I was kidding him about my cow earlier. He's one of my best friends in the whole world, probably my best friend, and you know, that's scary when that happens.
It indeed is, Michael. As we watch this crash once again, we're going to show the replay. Mike, let me ask you, Michael, do you go back and watch these again? Have you gone back and watched that crash, or do you not want to see it anymore at Bristol?
I've gone back and watched the Bristol crash, especially like when you're having a party, some friends over, and you're looking, you know, to kind of impress people. You say, you see this wreck here? I slipped right through that deal and raced the next day. So I'm sure since Jeff is fine and he's looking forward to racing for Junior Johnson tomorrow, it's quite an honor that he has there, that Junior has picked him to run that car tomorrow. Also spent 3 days in Talladega with Junior testing and preparing. So, you know, obviously when someone as wise and smart as Junior is, picks you to race a car like that, you got a lot of talent. And, you know, I kind of saw that from way back. I've raced go-karts with Jeff when I was 12, 13 years old and came up together, and I knew he had the talent to do this job, and that's why I put him in my Busch car up at Bristol, and he did such a super job. So he'll watch this wreck over and over again and laugh about it since he's okay, I'm sure.
Thank you, Michael. Jeff Green, remember that name. You will hear it in the future a lot. A talented young driver up and coming in the ranks. Back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway after this.
Yeah, we need to name who all was involved in that thing if we can get.
Ray, do you know?
I got 8 cars.
Do you know all the cars involved? Can you give Ned a list? Go to that list for Ned.
There's 8. Yeah, I didn't know where.
If Jerry is in the back, you want me to pick it up, man? If Jerry is in the back, should I pick it up?
Oh no, he's 3 laps down.
I'm back.
Just in time. You did good.
I got everything put back in place. So. And back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the field rolling once again behind the Ford Mustang safety car after a red flag situation.
And there's Trickle, the pedigree dog food car, going down towards his pit. We saw that piece of aluminum, and John Kernan is there.
They've taken a piece of aluminum metal. First, what they're going to have to do is knock down the front bumper. They're not planning on getting it all fixed in one pit stop. We're looking at more than one, possibly 2. They've taken a piece of aluminum. They've cut out a portion to wrap around to the right side with a fender to connect it. They've drilled holes in it. Right now, they've got to tear away some of the sheet metal, though. It looks like they're having a bit of a problem on that right side. And you can see the car overheating just a little bit. There's a little bit of steam coming up from under the hood, which would be expected. No air getting in there, but they do have the bumper bent down to clear that open. As we see several cars leaving pit road now. Dick Trickle sitting waiting as the pace car just now beginning to enter turn 3. They've got a few more seconds, Benny.
As we sit working on the car now, we're going to show you the pace car
And this is to explain what Dick Trickle was talking about to his spotter. As they work on the car, the spotter is telling the crew where the pace car is. He said turn 3. He said now coming off turn 4. And he's telling the crew that so they know exactly where he is. When he gets to the start-finish line, there's the spotters. As they're watching the pace car, and they will tell Trickle, and Trickle left just before they got to the start-finish line.
And there it is, the car number 39, Dick Trickle, our pole sitter, after getting some Band-Aid work done on the right front air dam. Back on the racetrack. Our red flag, Ned, was for 21 minutes. We were down during the debris cleaning period over in turns 3 and 4 for that 8 caution flag.
Dick Trickle had been pitting further up towards turn 4. He would have had to leave much earlier. So he was, as a result of being the last pit, or the first, whichever we want to say, going down into turn 1, the crew was able to work a good bit longer on the car before he had to go back out.
Our AutoZone race summary, leader currently into car number 11, being shown is Kerry Teague out of Concord, North Carolina, led 6 of 104 laps, 7 leaders, 11 lead changes, 8 cautions now for 37 laps.
And I'm sure that Trickle will have to come back in and do some more work too.
There's our lap leaders on our AutoZone out of race. You see those people who have already had the parkers for the day, including Jerry Ford after a good strong run early on. H.B. Bailey. Bob Shack is out, the winningest active driver in ARCA. Jeff Purvis, last year's winner, has had to park it.
A lot of cars out of the race. Only 11 now being shown on the lead lap.
Trickle's getting a tough break. There's the cars involved in the crash. Bowser, Bradbury, Thompson, Jeff Green, Dick Trickle. Ken Allen was also, there he is, Kenny Allen, Loy Allen, and Harris Devane, and we are going green flag racing.
We are past the halfway point as the green waves once again. This race is 204 laps. And we are showing 108 laps in the books here. Harry Teague in the car number 11 is our leader.
Dick Trickle stayed out this time, fellows, and did not come back in since the green was coming out. He's back in the pack, but looks like he's running pretty good back there as we watch this battle up front as Tim Steele tries to move on the outside of Jimmy Horton.
They make it 3 wide, going by Joey Sontag and Little Elm, Texas in the car number 4.
Tim Steele has found him a groove up there. He ran up there early in the race today. His Ford seems to be working pretty well up there on the outside. But that time, Kerry Teague just moved his Oldsmobile right up in front of him and said, I got the lead, and I'm going to try to hold on to it here a little bit. The ProCal Oldsmobile. ProCal makes a lot of the decals for people in auto racing.
So the 16th car gets a little bit out of shape going in the corner and gave Kerry Teague a 3 or 4 car length advantage as he actually turned 4.
Now, Mike Wallace was about 20 car lengths back a lap and a half ago. Now he's about 10 car lengths back and coming in a hurry. He is the 4th place car, right side of your screen. Front 3, Kerry Teague, that's an Oldsmobile. Then comes the Ford and the Chevrolet. Here's another Ford, the car number 90 of Mike Wallace and Deron Paints Ford. And he has reeled this lead threesome in about a lap, but a puff of smoke out of the back of that car number 90.
It looked like there was a little smoke coming out of the car.
There we see Kirk Shelmerdine in the Big Johnson's Chevrolet. He's running 5th.
Haven't seen or heard much off Kirk today, but he's hung right in there in the lead lap and now up there in the top 5.
Joe Bessie and Keselowski, Bob Keselowski, round out that race, that battle.
Battle for the lead coming off of turn 4 as Tim Steele got a nose under the Oldsmobile of Kerry Teague, but couldn't make it work.
Meanwhile, Mike Wallace back trying to take that 3rd spot away from Jimmy Horton. Now you can check out who your favorite driver might be running as we go back through the field summary.
You can see there 11 cars are in the lead lap.
Kerry Teague doing a nice job holding off Tim Steele. Just as I say that, Steele moves down to the inside and has the low groove coming out of turn 4.
Now that's the way you need to do it. Before, he tried to pass going into the turn. His car got loose. This time he stayed back there and got a run coming off the turn, was able to make the pass.
So Tim Steele will take the lead. Kerry Teague in 2nd spot. Still Mike Wallace working on Jimmy Horton for 3rd position. Chevrolet and Ford, cars 52 and 60. Right side of your screen, the white car is Horton. Black car is Mike Wallace.
Now, as the Ford car goes up. We saw Mike Wallace, just like Ned Jarrett, talking about, make that move underneath and try to accelerate off the corner. And he does it, takes that third spot away. There's the next battle.
That's a battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Joe Bessie in the car number 7 only made a 2-tire stop when they came in under the last caution period. He only put 2 tires on, but still running awfully well. He's been shown now in the 5th position. Bob Keselowski behind him changed 4 tires in the Chrysler. He's in 6th spot.
That moves Kurt Shelmerdine back to 7th.
And there goes the 90 car, Mike Wallace, by his Concord, North Carolina neighbor, Kerry Teague. Both those drivers live in Concord. As a matter of fact, Mike lives about 2 blocks from me in Concord, North Carolina.
Car number 11 did not pit and change tires under the last caution flag, and you can start to see now that his tires are going away as he begins to drop off a little bit.
Affects his speed on the racetrack, no doubt about it. Now it looks like Mike Wallace, after he got around Kerry Teague, is able to begin to pull up on Tim Steele. And here's Keselowski making a move on Joe Bessie.
And we told you that Keselowski changed 4 tires. Bessie changed only 2, and so maybe seeing the difference of two fresh tires on the left side that Keselowski has over Bessie. Tim Steele being shown as our leader here, the 1993 ARCA Series champion, showing the way here at lap 116 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Back with more after this.
Trickle's having a time, isn't he? So where's the leader? He's going down, coming off 2, going down the back. There goes Trickle. He's over half a lap ahead of him.
Now, if it finishes now with Ford finishing first and Oldsmobile second, then Chevrolet would lose the point, manufacturer's points. Ford would win it. Okay, that's what we. Yeah.
Didn't see anything that time, Pam.
What's that?
Maybe it's a cigar. What's that there? Mikey, you seeing things again, Mikey. All that rope. And back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, 26-year-old Tim Steele out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, showing the way in his Ford Thunderbird, H&S Dye sponsored car, owned by his dad, 1993 Series champion. Steele, a 3-time winner in 1993, having won at Talladega, Pocono, and Winchester. His only win this year coming up at Pocono on the 2.5-mile tri-oval back in July.
See this race right there between Kerry Teague and Jimmy Horton? That could be a race to determine who wins the manufacturer's championship in ARCA. Right now we have a Ford and an Oldsmobile running in the first 2 spots, a Chevrolet in third. If that Chevrolet can get by the 11 car, the Oldsmobile, then Chevrolet will win the championship. If he does not, then Ford would win the manufacturer's championship. That's how close it is.
You actually got 2 Fords running up front, but one of them don't count as far as the manufacturer's championship.
It's the next maker car in line, and so that would be Oldsmobile, and then, of course, Chevrolet. There's Andy Belmont in the car number 91, the old Milwaukee Ford, and he started 40th, currently being shown in 8th position. Good run for Andy Belmont out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania.
Hung right in there, stayed up there in that lead lap.
That's the old Milwaukee car. We were told that Kerry Teague has got one of Darrell Waltrip's engines in his car, so that's one reason he's running as well today. There is Kerry Teague.
And And there's Kerry. Remember, he finished third in this race a year ago. Jeff Purvis won it. Dick Trickle finished second, so no surprise at all that Kerry Teague, the TV repairman from out of Concord, North Carolina, has got a good run going on here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. In that black and white numeral number 11 there, left side of your screen.
Now then, right behind the 52 car is Keselowski, the Chrysler product. So if he gets by the Chevrolet, then that would also cost Chevrolet the manufacturer's championship.
Well, all kind of things going on.
Even if the Chevrolet got by the Oldsmobile, because the Chrysler. So right now the 52 car needs to stay in front of the 29 and get in front of the 11, but it might have a hard time doing that.
Jimmy Horton sort of carrying the brunt of the bow tie brigade right now. If Chevrolet's to have a shot at this manufacturer's championship, which they've won 6 times in the last 8 years in ARCA competition, he needs to hang on and possibly get by the 11 car. We talked about Keselowski slipping up there. He's had a tough year on some of the super speedways, Benny.
Yeah, 40th in Daytona, 41st at Talladega, so it doesn't get much tougher than that. And there we see Horton on the inside of Kerry Teague.
He might make the pass going into 3, but he had to back off going in there. Keselowski backed off even more.
Something's wrong with Keselowski. He's off the pace.
Sure is.
We just mentioned his bad luck on speedways, and we didn't mean to jinx anybody, but apparently he is slowing down. And now Horton on the inside of Kerry Teague, got in turn 1.
Now he finally makes the pass. Took him a while to do it.
So if finishing positions were awarded right now, Chevrolet would be the manufacturer in the trophy for the ARCA division.
Thanks to that pass by Jimmy Horton. And we are told the engine has come apart on the car number 29. When the race started, we saw a tremendous amount of smoke billowing from beneath that Chrysler of Bob Keselowski. Then the car sort of cleaned up and ran pretty well, but now apparently it has gone away as he is headed back to the garage area with the engine problem.
So that 52 car now, Jimmy Horton is running 3rd. Of course, still the leader is Tim Steele, and Mike Wallace is running in 2nd place. There they are, and Mike Wallace is gaining on Tim Steele.
And then we've got some reports that there may be a problem with the 16 car.
Well, we've heard that maybe going into the turn that there might be a little smoke coming from the Ford number 16. I didn't detect any that time. We'll watch him as he goes into turn 3. I don't know, don't see any there, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Some of our spotters around there's just a little puff there coming out of turn 4. Some of our spotters around the racetrack had noted a puff of smoke, and about 5 or 6 laps ago we were watching that car. Thought we may have seen a little puff, but Mike Wallace trying to reel him in. There's a shot from our Raybestos Brakes aerial platform there, a helicopter camera, thanks to the fine folks at Raybestos, the best in brakes, giving us those beautiful shots of high above Atlanta Motor Speedway. What a gorgeous day for racing. Just beautiful.
It is a gorgeous day. They're speculating that it's oil from the rear of the car in the 16 that is smoking. But you know, as beautiful as the day is, the sun is a problem here in Atlanta. Going in turn 3, sometimes that sun gets in your eyes. And Michael Waltrip, you've got a report on the 16. Also, tell the folks how difficult that sun is up in turn 3.
The longer this race carries on, the later in the day it gets, the more difficult it becomes, Benny. That delay, that red flag, didn't help these drivers at all. It's very hard to make out what line you want to carry through that corner due to the sun. A guy that hit the wall off of this 4th turn just a minute ago was Kerry Teague. His car got high. He bounced off the wall hard. It'll be interesting to watch him to see if further problems result from that contact with the wall. I'm in Tim Steele's pit. The ARCA officials just came down and conversed with the crew chief on this team and told him to check with Tim and see if the gauges looked okay and what the problem might be, because they were beginning to see a fair amount of smoke out of the car. Tim says everything's fine so far.
Well, that's certainly good news from within the car, but we keep an eye on that on the car number 16, Michael. As you said, it is, we don't have our in-car camera anymore. If we had the in-car or even the roof camera, you could get a shot and get an idea of how bad that glare is, as Benny and Michael Waltrip were talking about going into turn 3. Here's the car number 02 making a pass. That's Frank Kimmel out of Jeffersonville, Indiana, the Grammar Industries Chevrolet.
Remember, he's spun coming off the 2nd corner a few laps ago, is now
back running again and has just taken over the 6th spot from Kurt Shermany.
Remember, Kirk held the track record here, set it last year in qualifying, and in fact had a great run here, set on the pole, and I think he ended up finishing 5th in this race a year ago. So the former Dale Earnhardt crew chief, now turned race driver, done a heck of a job.
Now there's the 90 car, and we're talking about the 16 car may be losing a little bit of oil. With the sun going in turn 3 and that oil hitting the windshield on the 90 car, either he wants to back off or pass this guy because he can't stand that oil. I mean, it's hard enough to see it with a clean windshield, much less one with oil on it.
Take a look at our field summary. You see where your favorite driver may be running. 9 cars on the lead lap. Jeff McClure, car number 89, being shown in the top 10. Good run from McClure, coming all the way from the back of the pack to now climb into the top 10, being shown a lap down.
Saw Bob Keselowski drop down to 13. He'll continue to drop on down. A lot of cars out of this race, as we've talked before. The attrition rate has been very high here today, for some with accidents, some with engine problems, and other problems.
Battle for 7th and 8th spot, Benny. The car number 98 getting another challenge.
Andy Belmont has just about caught Shermany. The old Milwaukee special, Andy Belmont.
Now they better not look up in the rearview mirror because the leader is coming up on those cars as well. So we're going to have lesser cars in the lead lap if Tim Steele keeps going the way he is.
Speaking of being lapped, one of the cars that was just lapped a moment ago was the car number 39. That is Dick Trickle, the Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin driver. We showed you they were trying to repair the front end on that car. He was our pole sitter, and John, they've tried to repair it, but apparently just not up to speed.
Well, Jerry, as you can see, they only got one shot. They couldn't get that sheet metal on it. They got parts bent down on the front bumper, but they couldn't get the sheet metal off to close off that hole. What that does allows a lot of air to come in on that right side. It lifts it up, which causes the car to push very, very badly in the turns. They were hoping for a quick caution before they got lapped so they could get on pit road to fix it, but that did not work out for Dick Trickle.
And you can see the damage on the right side of Kerry Teague's car also. The car's towed out about an inch. See how that right front tire is pointed out towards the wall? That is not a good deal, folks.
He was the last car on the lead lap. He had dropped back. He was leading the race at one time and then dropped back, and his report was that he had hit the wall a little bit, knocked that front end out of alignment.
And remember, he didn't change tires when they had the red flag and had the caution flag following that. When they came down and changed, he did not change tires, so those tires are probably pretty well worn, which may have contributed somewhat to his contact with the concrete. There's Mike Wallace in the car number 90. He is running in 2nd spot. And Benny, as you said, he probably needs to get around that 16 if he can, but he's not even got much of a shot right now as they come out of turn 4.
I tell you what, something's happened here. Either Mike Wallace has a problem or he has his windshield. He had to get away from that 16 car because he is losing a lot of time to the 16 car. And I don't know if it's something wrong with his car or he just got his windshield covered with oil.
And Tim Steele has lapped those cars there, the 98 car and the 91. As there is our leader, the H&S Dye-sponsored Ford Thunderbird, 93 Series champion Tim Steele. Back in a moment. Sounds good. Who's that, Kyle? Kyle has the update? Okay. Okie doke. Boy, it's hard to see with one. And the fine folks from Ray Vestas Brakes providing this aerial shots, the ESPN helicopter camera high above Atlanta Motor Speedway. And what a gorgeous day it is here, about 30 miles south of downtown Atlanta. That's the beautiful complex, newly renovated Atlanta Motor Speedway. For Asbestos, the best in brakes. And we thank you to those folks for providing those tremendous shots. And Benny a moment ago was speculating about the car number 90, about why he may have slowed. Let's check in with Kyle Petty. Kyle, what's the deal?
Well, I talked to Barry Owens, his crew chief, and Barry said that he got up to him, and about the time he got to him, his car began to get a little bit looser. They've been concerned with tires, so Barry said, hey, look in the mirror. Can you see the third place guy? I don't think so. Check up a little bit. Hopefully we'll catch a caution in a little while. We'll get those tires off, because he can only go about 30 or 35 laps on a set of tires. So they're just riding right now, pacing themselves. There's another 65 or 70 laps to go in the race, so they've got plenty of time to make a move, guys.
And that explains it, Kyle. Thank you very much as to why Mike Wallace, back now 2.3 seconds behind Tim Steele, has backed off a little bit. Barry Owen, a little bit of strategy perhaps to play a wait-and-see game.
Well, I was concerned about, you know, if there was oil coming from the 16 car, so that tells me that there's not enough oil coming out of the 16 to cause the cars behind them a problem. Because now we have 60 laps to go here in the Jiffy Lube 500K. There's our leader, Tim Steele, out of Michigan.
In case you just joined us, we had a horrific crash that brought out the 8th caution flag today, involving half a dozen or so cars. In fact, I think 8 cars involved, and they had over in turns 3 and 4. And the good news that none of the drivers involved were injured, but a horrible head-on impact. Jeff Green able to walk away. Michael Walter talked to him and Gary Bradbury, and they had taken this. Now smoke now comes from the back of the car number 16. We were able to see more smoke that time from the back of that Ford Thunderbird. I might just finish it up and say that Bobby Boucher, our series champion, was taken from the car and had a little bit of a neck strain and was limping a little bit, but the report we got is all the drivers are okay.
And very fortunate, Jerry, because it was a hard lick. Now, some of the cars, those 8 cars that were involved, are still out there running. Dick Trickle, of course, is one of those that is still out there. He had damage to the car, but he was able to get back out there. And I think I've seen the car number 33 of Harris Devane back out there a little bit.
Oops. We've got a car spinning down the back, and Horton just went.
This is the caution that Mike Wallace wanted. The car number 89 is spinning, and that is Jeff McClure, who was being shown in 9th position a couple of laps down after starting way back in the pack. 9th caution flag of the day, and Jeff puts it back in gear and loops it around, and he will head back to the pits as the safety car is already on the racetrack over in turn 2.
And Mark Thompson has crashed coming off turn 4. I don't know exactly what happened, but heavy damage to Mark Thompson's Phoenix Air car as he came off the corner, and he was our 10th place car.
And he was running right behind the car number 89 that spun a moment ago, Jeff McClure. There's Mark Thompson. Remember the spectacular flip he had at Daytona we opened the season with in our ARCA 200 coverage at Daytona International Speedway? Well, he's hit the wall pretty hard here in Atlanta to close the year out in ARCA competition. Caution flag being shown for the 9th time today. A record in caution is 11, and we're easing in on that record ever so gently here with just less than 60 laps remaining in the Jiffy Lube 500. Now, Mike Wallace should be able to make an entry on the pit road for what would probably be their final pit stop of the day.
I don't think so, but it might be. It just might be. I think they can go the rest of the way on fuel, but I don't know if they can go the rest of the way on tires.
Good point. Tires is the critical element here today, and Kyle Petty is in the Mike Wallace pits.
They were coming in a minute ago. They were trying to come in under green, and we're only going to change 2 tires. So just like I said, this caution's a godsend. It played right into their hands. The problem is when you get down to this point in time in a race like this, when there's only 18 or 20 cars left, your chances of cautions get few and far between. So they've changed right sides, they've changed left sides, they've made an adjustment. They'll gas, they'll be back out there leading again.
And we could see just how hard that guy was cleaning the windshield on that 90 car. He did have, in fact, have some oil on the windshield.
That was Barry Owen, the car owner, just laying across the hood and just scrubbing that windshield as you watch the triple split pit here.
And the car number 52, the AC Delco car that is being driven by Jimmy Horton, they made a major chassis adjustment on that car while he was in the pits.
Well, Jimmy Horton's pits were being watched by our John Kernan. And John, let's check in with you.
Well, as they look over the tires to check the wear, their wear has been about the same as everybody else's. It's more or less stabilized. Now, they came in for 4 tires. They also made a chassis adjustment, taking bite out of the car to loosen it up. Also on pit road, Joe Bessie, Kirk Shelberdine also took on 4 tires. Let's go down pit road to Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, I'm in Tim Steele's pit, standing by with crew chief Tom Fox, and Tom dove under the car and pointed to the official and told him what he thought was wrong with the car. There was no oil film on the back of the race car, so it doesn't look like any oil's going onto the racetrack, Tom.
No, there isn't.
What do you think the problem is?
Looks like the vent on the rear end up in the packing cell broke off and it's just hanging down.
Well, they don't think they've got any problem, Benny and Ned, and I have to agree with him. There was no oil film on the back of that race car, and there's a little bit of bad news for the Goodyear teams. These Hoosier tires aren't wore at all. I don't know how they looked when they came off of Mike Wallace's car. It'll be interesting to compare with some 50 laps to go.
Well, as you mentioned, that was Michael Waltrip. 19 of the cars in the field today are on Hoosiers, 24 are on Goodyear. The Goodyear tire is the same tire that will run in the Winston Cup competition tomorrow. The Hoosier has a different left side tire. Back with more from Atlanta in a moment.
Hey, Pam, is Neil or Scanlon in the truck? Is Neil working? I would like for somebody to see this monitor and see what we're trying to fight up here. Okay, all right.
But you just cannot see. Okay.
I understand. That's a great follow-up. But, like right now, the 11 car, I can't even see him. I don't even know he's on the racetrack looking at this monitor.
You can only see cars on the right side of the monitor.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Back in Hampton, Georgia, the Jiffy Lube 500. Late laps, and let's check in once again with Kyle Petty in the Mike Wallace pits. Kyle?
Well, Michael said that the Hoosier tires weren't wearing at all, and he said he didn't know how the Goodyear tires were wearing. This is the car that was chasing the Hoosier car. This is the car that was chasing Tim Steele. This is the tire off Mike Wallace's car. Like I reported, he said his car was getting loose. He was just riding around. It's not fun to be riding around on these things. But this is the problem that they anticipated the first of the race, only going 20 or 25 laps. Now they're running 48 laps on this set of tires. So they were in question. This is the cord that is shown through the rubber here, as you can probably see. But they were in question a minute ago, or whether they were going to have to pit again. With 60 laps to go, this car's going to have to pit one more time.
Kyle, is that the right rear tire?
This is the right rear. That's the problem that we've had trouble with in the Winston Cup garage area. That's the tire that they wanted to have trouble with here. You take the right front tire off, right front tire looks great. The right rear will be down in the cords after 25 or 30 laps. They're getting better. Like I say, they've gone to 48 laps this time, but they're still going to have some problems with this cord showing through. All the wear marks are completely worn off this tire. So he got every bit of his $268 out of this tire right here.
Kyle, as you as a driver now, you're thinking about tomorrow in the Hooters 500. What do you do now? What do you go back and tell your crew? Well, I'm sure they've seen all this. I mean, what kind of changes can you make on the car, or can you do anything?
Let me tell you something. When I come out on pit road and I start seeing stuff like this happen, I want to quit doing this ESPN junk, because I don't want to see this stuff on Saturday and have to go to sleep on Saturday night and think about it. This just gives me 24 hours to think about it. But all you can do is balance your car as good as you can. Try to keep the weight evenly distributed on the right front, the right rear, the left front, the left rear. But what's happening, the speeds are so fast here since they repaved this thing, you're absolutely abusing the right rear. From the time you drive it off in the corner and load that right rear spring, and you're on it all the way off the corners, just like Daytona, you are absolutely abusing the right side of this car. The deal is, the right rears are just taking a lot more abuse than any other tire on the car here at Atlanta.
Okay, Kyle, thank you very, very much. We hope you do get some sleep tonight. We hope that we can have a safe one tomorrow. Under caution, back with more from Atlanta in just a moment.
Hey, Pam.
Good report, Kyle. That was outstanding. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Good. I thought you were going to say I got to get a couple of cold ones before I can go to sleep tonight.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I just talked to Timmy Cahuth.
Yeah.
Their tires on the right side look great. He says it's no problem for them to go the rest of the way on their tires. But he asked me, he says, what's the 16 on? 16's on Hoosiers, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I told him. He said, oh.
Does anybody know what happened to the 66 car?
Hit the wall, it looked like, Benny.
Comedians. We got a bunch of them.
I'm sorry.
Michael, is that not the 66 car right down in front of you? Go down 2 pits and ask him what happened to it.
1 to go, guys.
Okay.
Buddy Parrott taking a long, hard look at those tires. Goodness.
Okay, and I'm getting ready to change batteries here because I think my battery's going dead.
Okay.
My goodness. Is Kyle off headset? Is he listening? The 66 pit is 2 pits down towards turn 1 from Kyle.
Mike Brand is the crew chief down there, Kyle. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, after 9 cautions, we're just 2 caution flags away from a record we don't want to capture today here in the season finale. And the last car on the lead lap is now exiting the pits. That's car number 02. He was currently in 5th position. That, of course, is Frank Kimmel out of Jeffersonville, Indiana.
He had nothing to lose by coming in. He was the last car on the lead lap, so he comes in like whatever adjustments he wants to make.
He's got some problem. They had the hood up, and they worked under the hood for almost a lap. So Frank Kimmel, yeah, it was a good strategy to come in, but there's some kind of problem that he has. I don't know what that is.
He was just about to go a lap down before this caution came out.
Tim Steele, our leader. Mike Wallace second, Jimmy Horton third, fourth. Good run for Joe Bessie, his first ever ARCA start. The young man from Scarborough, Maine, Delco Remy America Chevrolet. Good effort for Bessie. In 4th spot, of course, Kimmel was in 5th. Restart lap 154 of 204 laps, which comprise the Jiffy Lube 500.
Able to open himself up a pretty good little lead there on that restart. Mike Wallace.
And Mike Wallace is having trouble getting started. I don't know if this set of tires is not reacting the way that he wants them to, or maybe he just has to adjust his line to these tires, but you can see how Horton is just eating him up to the corner.
You know, Benny, when you talked to him on the radio, back in the race pretty good way, he said the car was a little bit tight in the center of the corner. And that's exactly the way it looks right now. See it going up there, and he has to wait a little bit to get back on the gas, it looks like.
He just can't get it turned in the middle of the corner, and we see these other cars that caught Mike Wallace, and Horton is pressuring him.
Tim Steele's pulling away.
Yeah, right.
There you see the car go up a little bit right in the turn. Horton's able to move right up on him there.
Now the yellow car right side of your screen, that is Dick Trickle. He is a lap down, but his car is really coming up to speed. He's apparently had some time under this latest caution to work on the front of that car. He is being shown now in 6th position. He is the first car a lap down, and if he were to have some shot at catching Tim Steele, he could get his lap back. Still has plenty of laps to have a shot at winning this thing. There is Trickle in the car number 39.
I think this caution, this last one, did help them to be able to come in and do a little bit more sheet metal work, get the aerodynamics in a little bit better shape.
If you ever wonder how important aerodynamics is at a racetrack like this, Dick Trickle has certainly proven that today, because he had one of the fastest cars here. He damaged the right front fender, right front of the bumper, the right side of the bumper, and it rendered his car about a second a lap slower, 3 or 4 miles an hour a lap slower than before. And look at all the smoke out of the back of Frank Kimmel's car.
And he was just on pit road, as you said a moment ago, Benny, and they were beneath the hood of that car, so apparently the problems are much more serious. Problems are getting serious up front for Mike Wallace as he gets a challenge.
And we've got a spin up in turn 2. That's Kirk Shermerdine back in the wall over there.
And our 10th caution is coming out, or 11th, which is it?
It'll be the 10th.
10th.
Right, you were right, Ned. 10th caution flag. Kirk Shelmerdine's car rolls down across the racetrack, and Noel Ford's going to get the Ben Gay Award for waving that flag the most. And we haven't even got to 200 laps yet. There's Kirk Shelmerdine's car number 98, lap 159. 10th yellow flag of the day for the former Dale Earnhardt crew chief. Finished 5th in this race a year ago. Here's a look.
There was our pole sitter last year. And there we see he goes up the racetrack. He gets too high. We talked about getting high in it. He got that loose stuff.
Yep. Got that right wheels up a little bit too high, and she goes around on him. Left side gets into the wall. Didn't look like it hit real hard, but you can see it just keeps on banging against the wall there a little bit, and that front tire was banging against the wall, and that's got to affect the front end setting a little bit.
Now, I want to, folks, I don't know if we can see it here. If we, he loses control, but see how that black stuff kicking up? You know, that's not tire smoke. That's tar. That's part of the pavement that's come up. And rubber off the tires that's collected up there. That's what we see, the black stuff, not the smoke off the tires. If we can see that first angle again, we can see that black smoke.
Is that tire or tar?
Well, it's both tires and tars.
That's asphalt.
Asphalt.
Yeah, whose fault is it? Let's check in the 90 pits with Kyle.
Now there's only 40 or 50 laps to go. They think they're inside their window on the tires. They didn't like that set of tires at all. He radioed in and said exactly what Ned Jarrett had been talking about. This set of tires pushes its rear end off right in the middle of the corner. I can't make any time. We've got to get in, get this set of tires off so I can get back out and race with him. Now that they've run long enough, they're inside their window. He's getting 4 tires. They made no chassis adjustments. He's going to try to get back up there. Hey, he's ready now. This is all he's got. This could be their last shot, guys.
Well, indeed. I wonder if he really said it pushes its rear end off in the middle of the corner. Okay. Mike Wallace making a pit stop, and Ned, you were exactly right. The car not handling well at all. Here's what happened again, Vinny.
Watch this. Now watch this. Shelmerdine turns around. Now watch all the black stuff start throwing up. That's parts of tire and the rubber, the asphalt that's coming up, and that's the black smoke that we see come up.
And that's just from off of the newness of the asphalt. It's not that the asphalt's coming apart. It's just wearing that newness off of it, and the brashness, I guess, is another way to put it.
Which is going to make this a great racetrack tomorrow.
Yeah, it will.
So you heard Kyle and Michael talking about wearing in a groove. Well, they're wearing in a couple of grooves here, but some of those loose asphalt particles up in the top, and that's what cost Kirk Shelmerdine. Back in just a moment. I love it, Kyle. When Kyle said he pushes his rear end off, I said, I got to ask that question. Hey, what did he really say, Kyle?
You knew what I was talking about.
That's great stuff, guys. I love it.
Hey, I can tell you what the 16 car did on that pit stop. You want me to?
Yeah, Mikey, what'd he do?
He gassed and goed, or gassed and went, I guess.
The 52 car.
Are y'all listening to me?
Yeah, we are. We're listening, Mike. Go ahead.
Every word.
Okay, gassed and went, and so they could make it to the end. They're not worried about tires. The ARCA official said that it wasn't leaking anything that looked like to him, and the guy that I called Tom Fox is actually named Chip Capoodle. So if I get a chance, I'd like to call Chip Tom. And I was going to say one other thing earlier. I was trying to figure out whether it would be Hoosier Shot or Hoosier Shad. So I didn't say either one.
That's probably smart.
It was Who's Your Mama?
Yeah, right. Who's your mama? Oh, these guys are awesome.
I know my mama is Daryl's mama, but I'm not so sure I'm...
Good move. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, green flag waved once again as one car in the pits will get caught with the green flag. That is the car number 02, Frank Kimmel, who was being shown on the lead lap, now lap down in 5th position.
And here's a race for the lead. Horton did not pit in the 52 car. The 16 car did pit. As Michael Walker said during the break, he gassed and went. No, did he gas and go? I guess he gassed and
He said he gassed and go.
Yeah, that's what he said.
As, in other words, he came in, took some fuel, and left pit road in a hurry.
Yes.
Okay. Jiffy Horton showing the lead here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 42 laps remain here in the Jiffy Lube 500. Kyle Petty, Michael Walker, John Kernan, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, and yours truly, Jerry Punt, bringing you live ARCA action.
There's the top 3 cars, and Mike Wallace going for that second spot from Steele.
Now, he's the only one of these 3 that took on tires during that caution. So he was in front of Kyle Petty there, and Kyle said he didn't like that other set of tires he had on, so he put on 4 new ones. So he's in a little bit better shape. New tires run better than old.
Go
So Steele again on the inside. He's got to run, and he's got the spot.
There he did it, coming off of the turn once again. That's the place to do it. Boy, if you can get set up and get that, make that pass coming off the turn. Now this, let's see if this works going into the turn. No, see there, this don't work. You got to pass him coming off.
Mike Wallace wisely backing off there in turn 3, coming out of the shadows of turn 4.
Car got loose on him when he got underneath that other car. I'll tell you, you're going into these turns here so fast now at the speeds they run here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. They're reaching, what, 190, 95 miles an hour when they get to the end of these straightaways.
You're probably right. I'm sure Kyle Payton and Michael Waltrip doesn't want to hear that, but you're probably right, Ned.
Trickle's car number 39, the yellow car, now moving into your picture there on the right side. He is being shown a lap down, and then he is now in
fifth place after Frank Kimmel had his problems and went a lap down. Frank is being shown in 7th place, 1 lap down. The car number 91 is also 1 lap down. Andy Belmont, he's in 6th place.
And Kimmel now back in 7th. 8th place would be the car number 89, Jeff McClure. He's being shown 3 laps down. In 9th place, the car number 9. That is the efforts of Don Paul. Donnie Paul out of Marion Springs, Michigan. Good run for Donnie Paul in 9th. And 10th is the car number 11, who was leading earlier. That is Kerry Teague. He is being shown 5 laps back.
And he made a green flag pit stop and lost several laps on that pit stop, and he's still in the top 10.
Thus far, we've had 16 lead changes. The ARCA Series record is 17. They duplicated that twice back in 86 and 88, so we could set a record here at Atlanta Motor Speedway with 1 more lead change.
See the 3 leaders there on the left of your screen. That yellow car, as Jerry mentioned, is Dick Trickle. He's a lap down, but he's back up to speed now, running about as fast as the leaders.
Good crowd on hand, infield jam-packed here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Tim Steele at 66 of 166 laps.
Tell you what, it's a good thing it's a cool day, because that piece of paper on the grill of that 16, if it were extremely hot, would be a problem.
This is the 20th ARCA event run here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They started racing here back in March of 1984. Late Davey Allison won the first one here back in that spring of 84. 16 different winners. Tim Steele has never won here. There's that piece of paper Benny was talking about on the grill. Great camera work, guys, on the grill of that car number 16.
93 car, Wayne Larson being passed. He's being shown in 15th place. Larson is. Just run another lap down.
Told you we were 1 lead change away from an ARCA record. We have already set the ARCA record for the number of caution laps. And 1 more caution, we will tie the ARCA record for the total number of cautions. Record you don't want to have happen ever in racing.
Not in this record, that's for sure.
And whether it's by design or what, Tim Steele is not pulling away too much from Jimmy Horton. They made that major chassis adjustment on Horton Chevrolet, and he's able to stay in sight there, and he fought off the challenge of Mike Wallace a little bit earlier there. In fact, right now he's picking up a little bit on Tim Steele.
The AC Delco car. This car belongs to Kenny Schrader.
Jimmy Horton's had a pretty good couple of weeks here. He won the big race up in Syracuse, New York in a big block modified car, and I believe that was about $100 grand to win, so he's probably not lacking for hot dog money right now, but certainly would like to pick up a Super Speedway victory.
And he would like to get back in Winston Cup racing, too. He just hasn't had the right brakes to come his way. Seems to have a lot of talent. Nice young man. And boy, he is right back on the back bumper of Tim Steele as they come into this traffic.
It's Kerry Teague, the 11 car, number 11. He's going around there. That's the car that had trouble early and tapped the wall and had some, as you heard Michael Waltrip talking about, they knocked the toe in out. Jimmy Horton hanging close to Tim Steele, a couple of car lengths.
And Mike Wallace is not too far back, that 90 car.
Yeah, he caught back up to him when they got in that traffic.
careful of the 02 car. Ran so well earlier, but has been smoking.
Yeah, he goes 2 laps down now, but he's still in 7th place, and the 8th place car is 4 laps down, so he's still pretty secure as far as that position is concerned.
Field summary, top 4 cars on the lead lap. You saw that Dick Trickle was a lap down in 5th position.
Oh, that 16 car looks like he might have blown. Car is smoking badly down in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's a lot more smoke coming from it now than those little puffs we were seeing earlier.
And he went way up across the racetrack down in turns 1 and 2. And you heard Michael said he was talking to Tom Fox a little bit ago, or one of the crew members down there in that pit, and they didn't think they were leaking anything, but obviously whatever the problem is has gotten considerably worse.
Don't seem to be slowing him down, but look at the smoke now as he comes off the turn, and the officials will be taking a close look at him to see if he is putting anything down on the racetrack. Usually when there's that much smoke, there's some problems, some major problems.
When you're the leader, they cut you a bit of a break, but not much. It's sort of like being the heavyweight champion in a fight. You get a bit of a break when it comes to scoring, but they can't wait too long if this smoke gets any worse.
No, and I tell you what, it really is. All this talk about the smoke has been hard to see, but now it's obvious. Look at all that smoke. It gets worse with each lap.
But it's not slowing it down. No, he's just staying out there. Now maybe it's putting out so much smoke that they can't run as fast behind him. I don't know.
And we are told from ARCA they are going to black flagging. Bob Logan, the president of ARCA, said obviously we just cannot wait. We'd like to be able to give the young man a break, but we can't allow a situation on the racetrack that could potentially be dangerous, that smoke, and also to him as a driver if something were to break on the car. So they will signal the flagman, black flagging next time by, and Doyle Ford will indeed wave the black flag and point toward the pit. He actually just pointed to the pits as he came by without actually waving the black flag. What a tough break for Tim Steele.
Now let's see if he heeds that signal that Doyle Ford gave him as he went by. He does in fact go towards the pits.
Well, maybe some add in that car. He may not be able to see it for another 20 minutes.
He's not going in the pits this time, this lap, that's for sure. Okay.
Now the black flag.
Why can't we have a caution flag? Why can't I catch a break and smoke now gets worse and worse? Now coming from underneath the right front of the car.
Yeah, there was a lot of smoke up on the right side. We thought earlier that it was coming from somewhere in the rear there. But,
well, this time he is going in the pits. He's moved over, let these guys go by. Hort and the 90 car, Mike Wallace, he will be going to the pit road, and that's a tough break for Tim Steele.
Man, it's tough to be sitting out leading a race, have a car that's as fast as his was, and then have to bring her into the pits. But hey, it's got to be. I mean, the officials made the right call, in my opinion, to bring him in.
Let's go to Michael Waltrip in the Tim Steele pit. Mike?
You got to commend the ARCA crew members for working with this crew as well as they did. They didn't panic. They kept watching it, but the situation got worse and worse. They're now telling Tim to set still, to stop. He's revving the engine. The crew members and the ARCA officials are under the hood. The official is telling him to raise the hood on the car. He's not letting Tim Steele leave the pit. Water is beginning to run out of the thing too. Looking in at his gauges from here, his temperatures all look fine. The water temperature is about 245, and now I'm seeing 250, so it's a little hot. Water's beginning to flow from it. Tim shut the engine off and taking his helmet off. I'll try to get with him.
Okay, Mike, thank you. Michael Waltrip down there is the leader now. Becomes Jimmy Horton in the car 52, and he's got a rearview mirror full of Mike Wallace in the Duran Paints Ford Thunderbird. Laps are winding down here. Less than 25 laps remain here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as Mike Wallace now racing a couple of car lengths behind Jimmy Horton. You know, Mike told me, he said, hey, I won the season opener at Daytona. You know, down in Daytona, the ARCA 200, I'd like to win the season closer here at Atlanta. Yeah, I promised you guys, promised your producer Neil Goldberg in Florida, if you let me carry the in-car camera, I'll win it. Sure enough, he was true to his promise.
What did he do in between, though?
And had a lot of luck. Approaching 20 laps to go. Back with the finish here in just a moment.
Yeah, has he even run another ARCA race since then? Mike Wallace.
But the funny thing is,
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
That's a good point, man. Why don't you do that? Well, that's good information to me. All right. Okay. What's that? What's he say?
How much time? Come back. Look, here we go for the lead.
Yippee tie. Back in Atlanta, side by side a moment ago, and now Mike Wallace has just moved around and taken the spot away from Jimmy Horton in the AC Delco Chevrolet.
He took that draw on paint Ford down to the bottom, coming off turn 4. There was a slow car there. They split them 3 abreast down the front straightaway, and Mike Wallace has the lead.
You know, a bit of an irony, Ned. We're going to watch this pass a moment ago.
Here's what I was talking about as he come off turn 4. Horton goes up. There's a slower car. That's Peter Gibbons in the 92. Mike Wallace to the inside, 3 abreast. He gets alongside, goes in turn 1, takes the spot.
And we mentioned at the beginning of the year, Mike Wallace won the season opener at Daytona.
Yeah, and Benny said, well, what's he done since then? Well, he hasn't run an ARCA race since then, but the car that he won with is a car he just passed. Ken Schrader, car number 52, is what he won with at Daytona. So now he wants to win the first and last of 2 different cars.
2 different cars trying to beat the car he won with back in February. Let's check in with Kyle Petty.
Well, talking to the guys in the pits in the 90 cars, that was a gutsy move going into turn 1. He wanted to get out in front because they're concerned that the last set of tires they took off ran out at 35, after about 35, somewhere between 30, 35, 36 laps. They're going to have about 44 laps on this set of tires. So they think they're going to be about 10 laps short, and the tires are going to be wore out, and he's going to get loose again. So they wanted to get out in front so they could at least hold him off and not have to race anymore. So let's go to Michael down with Tim Steele now.
Yeah, I'm standing by with Tim Steele. That's got to be one of the most painful things in the whole world to do, to be leading a race and just forfeit it by coming in the pit. But the smoke had gotten really bad. What happened?
You know, I'm not really sure. Right now, it don't really matter. You know, the HSI Ford Thunderbird, it was just running great. You know, Hoosier had a good tire, and my Banjo car, everybody says those things are obsolete, but I'll tell you what, here, that thing was working like a dream. You know, that car seems to work good everywhere we go. It's just a shame. We came here to win the race, and we're in the pits.
That's a bad way to end the season. He had some Winston Cup starts this year, and certainly will be heard from next year as well.
Here's another car. We've mentioned that Frank Kimmel had been smoking some, and it looks like that smoke has increased on his car as well.
He was currently running in 5th spot. He is currently running 5th, and he's out of the race today.
And he was 2nd in the point standings. He will maintain that spot because Gary Bradbury was almost 500 points behind him in 3rd spot. We told you that as many as 12 of the top 15 spots in points could change by virtue of the outcome today. We have seen some cars up front have trouble here in the early going.
Frank Kimmel was the 1992 Rookie of the Year in ARCA competition. You know, Tim Steele said something very interesting, Ned, that his Banjo car, a rear steer car, is what I assumed that he meant when he said that.
He said they were outdated. I don't know of any Winston Cup team that's using a rear steer.
Oh, and the 90 car ran across a slow car, and Horton on the inside trying to take that spot. Horton is still trying to win this thing.
Oh, yeah. Driving hard.
14 laps remaining here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and the AC Delco driver Jimmy Horton in 2nd spot trying to run in on Mike Wallace.
Kyle Petty was talking about the 90 team concerned about their tires, maybe giving up on them here towards the end. Now, Jimmy Horton has been out there longer on his tires than has Mike Wallace. Let's go to the pits for more on that with John Kerner.
Tires are not a concern for Jimmy Horton. They've been getting probably the best tire wear on pit road. Timmy Kuths has been on the radio telling his driver, just be patient now that Mike has gotten around you, because with about 5-6 laps to go, his tires will go away. As long as you're close, you should be able to pass him and win the race.
that basically concurs with what Kyle Petty was talking about. He had talked to Barry Owen, and Kyle said we can get about 35 laps on those tires, but that would mean with about 8 or 9 laps to go, our lead car, number 90, should begin to experience some handling problems.
Right now, he isn't experiencing any problems at all. As a matter of fact, he's opened up the gap 3 or 4 car lengths. Never seen the 52 car caught a tough break. He caught that car going in the corner, which cost him a car length or 2 on the 90 car.
And he did on the last caution when the 90 car, Mike Wallace came in, they changed all 4 tires. Horton did not. So he had, I don't know how many laps they run, 6, 7 laps or whatever it was. But they chose to stay out there. As John Kern reported, their tires have been wearing good. So they didn't feel they needed a pit stop.
And here's our 5th place car. What a run he has had. Andy Belmont out of Langworth, Pennsylvania, the old Milwaukee Beer Ford Thunderbird from 41st starting spot. He is in 5th spot. And
there's our 3rd place car, Joe Bessie.
Well, what a talented young race driver he is.
He's kind of calmly been running, and he's still in the lead lap. He is in the lead lap with Mike Wallace and the 52 car of Jimmy Horton.
Making his first ever ARCA start, qualified 9th, looks to finish in 3rd spot. 10 laps to go here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the season finale for the ARCA Bondo Mar-Hyde SuperCar Series. Wondering about Bondo Mar-Hyde? It's a brand new series sponsorship. They signed a 3-year deal with an option for 6 more from this company. And Benny, you were talking yesterday, Bondo's what you use to fix cars, and they're going to use a lot of it today after what we've seen here in Atlanta.
That wreck over turn 3 and take a tractor and trailer load of Bondo to fix those cars.
A pretty good move by Bondo and Mar-Hyde to get involved with the ARCA series. Probably one of the most competitive, one of the most diverse anyway we've seen in all of motorsports. Our leader, as the lap's winding down, is Mike Wallace. Car number 90.
He's somewhere there in the shade. There he is. He goes by that 91 car of Andy Belmont.
Car seems to be sticking pretty good now, Benny. No problems when he goes into the turn with the sliding or anything. So maybe the tire wear is not going to be as bad as he and Barry Owens thinks.
As a matter of fact, the guy that's having problems right now is the 52 car of Jimmy Horton. Remember, he was just a few car lengths behind him a second ago, a few laps ago. Let's look and try to find Horton. That's not him. That's Peter Gibbons.
That's 92, not 52.
There he is. He is just now coming off the second corner, and the 90 car, Mike Wallace, is going in turn 3, so he has lost a quarter of a mile, the entire back straightaway.
Yeah, Wallace is long gone now. And it could be, John said that they were not concerned about tire wear. Sometimes the wear doesn't tell the whole story as far as the tire sticking are concerned. Once they get worn down some, then they lose that sticking ability. And that might be the problem. They might be showing a lot of rubber on there, but still not adhesive to the track the way that they do when they're newer.
It'll be 5 laps to go next time by for Mike Wallace. Our leader, car number 90, 35 years of age. Mike told me next year he plans to run 20 Busch Grand National races, 6 or 7 of the ARCA Speedway races sponsored by Duran, the same car he has here, and the full Winston Cup Tour. I said, why so much? He said, I just want to speed up my learning curve a little bit and get a little bit better and better and better if you can by running more races.
We can certainly do that by running all those races. It will certainly help. There's no doubt about it.
And things have certainly worked out in his favor. A little over a year ago, he didn't really have much of anything going. He was running a limited Busch schedule, and now has a full-time Winston Cup ride. And as you say, going to run as many Busch races as he can, and the ARCA races. Glad to see things turn around for him.
Down in the garage area yesterday, Mike's family arrived by private plane here at the little airport adjacent to the racetrack, and I walked up to him and his daughter, and let his little daughter in the garage area to come see her daddy. And he said, she was coming toward him. He said, I haven't seen her in about 8 or 9 days. I've been practicing, I've been testing. And she just jumped up into his arms and gave him a big hug, and she wouldn't let go for about 5 minutes. He just sat down on a stack of tires and just hugged her for about 5 minutes. They started the Winston Cup practice. Said, no, guys, you guys can wait 5 minutes. I got some serious hugging to do right here. So I bet you 3 laps from now, that young lady's going to be in victory lane along with her mom to do some serious hugging on their daddy.
And we saw Mom just a moment ago, Carla, watching as Mike continues around the racetrack. Going down in turn 3. When he comes by this time, 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go when he comes by. Okay, there he goes. 2 laps to go, and the 52 car, Jimmy Horton, is continuing to fall back. He's not making a charge, but continuing to fall back.
As he moves beneath our pole sitter, that's a lap down. Dick Trickle and Mike Wallace, who said this Robert Yates motor is stout. We should be a factor today. We will race much better than we qualified. Boy, was that a prediction.
And you know, Ned talked about Mike Wallace running the Busch cars. How many? 20 Busch races next year? Yeah. That will be with a Robert Yates 9-to-1 V8. So that's how Robert Yates is going to get his experience for the new rule engine change in 1996 with the Winston Cup cars. It's in the Mike Wallace entry, Barry Owens.
Robert's also going to build a Busch engine for Dale Jarrett as well for 11 or 12 races.
And Dick Trickle's right front tire is flat. The right front tire is flat on that 39 car as he slowly goes down through 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the white flag is out for Mike Wallace.
35-year-old driver from Missouri looking to pick up his second win. He won the first one of the year, and he will win the last one as the checkered flag waves, checkered and caution simultaneously. Barry Owen and the crew now celebrating. There's Carla and the kids on pit road, and they will be hustling maybe 30 feet to victory lane as they were pitted right beside the victory lane entrance. And congratulations to Mike Wallace, winner of the Jiffy Lube 500. Take a look at our full field rundown. Our results today: 43 cars started. Top 15: Wallace, Horton, Bessie, Trickle, Andy Belmont, McClure, Paul Teague, Kenny Allen, Gibbons, Stahl, Kimmel, Sontag, Larson, and Steele.
Yeah, Steele wound up 15th place, even though he didn't run there at the end. But you can see so many cars were out of the race. It's been a long time since we've seen this much attrition.
43 cars started. Final car to finish, car number 49, involved in the first caution flag today. That's the effort of Joel White. Once again, congratulations to Mike Wallace, winning here the ARCA finale at Atlanta. Now let's go to Sports Night.
The 90-yard car go? Did he go to the scales?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm up, so we'll record this as soon as radio is finished, right? Okay, they're interviewing him. They're interviewing him in the car, and then I guess we'll do that standard thing, getting out of the car and letting him cheer, and then go in and okay. Nice job, Chevy. Nice job, Pam. Nice job, Jerry. Benny, Ned. Michael, Kyle. How much time do I have? Are we talking one question? All right. Mike Wallace waiting for his wife to get in here, and his family. Mike, I tell you what a way to start the year and what a way to end the year.
Yeah, I couldn't get any much better than that, could it, John? I mean, you know, winning at Daytona this year really helped my career along a lot. I think it had a little bit to do with me getting my Winston Cup ride. The Busch guys did a great job, and when we built this car to come here, we says, you know, we won the first race of the year, and I'd sure love to win the last race of the year. We put a bunch of them Goodyear tires on, but they were good, and his Ford ran real well, and Duron Paints and Heilig Myers Furniture stepped on board to help us out, and Robert Yates built us a great motor for this thing, and we couldn't be any happier. You know, Lindsay and Chrissy and Carl and I, you know, just our years went really well. The only thing that can make it better is to go tomorrow and have a great run in the Winston Cup car.
Well, we have the run tomorrow, and the tires. I got to ask you about that situation. You got the same tires tomorrow on the cars as you had today.
Well, I think we pretty well know what the window is on tires. I mean, I was down to fabric on the right rear tires, you know, in about 45 laps, 48 laps. Probably the call that really won us the race was about 5 or 6 laps after we pitted, put 4 tires on, a caution come out, and Barry called back, says, come on in for 4 more. And to have Barry call me in for 4 fresh tires is that quick is pretty unregular because it costs $1,200 a set, you know. And but he says, we need that tire wear. And the last 10 laps, he kept saying, take it easy, baby. And 3 to go, he says, lift, take it easy. So, man, it was just great. My hat's off to my whole entire crew, everybody that run today. You know, Tim Steele had a great car, but he had an oil leak. And, you know, it's just one of those things. But, heck, we won this thing. We can't be any happier.
Well, very happy Mike Wallace, Jerry.
Mike, thumbs up to the camera. Give him a, there you go. Thumbs up. All right. Yes.
Check. Kind of threw me. I thought it was going to be a one-question interview. Yeah, but that doesn't make, I mean, the race, by the time this interview runs, right, on Monday? Yeah, okay. Okay, but I'm just saying that nobody's going to see this until Monday night, right? Do we need to get anybody else, or should I head over to the gas pumps, or what? Okay. I have to get out of here before they start throwing stuff. Thanks. I'm gonna go grab my my bag and head back. No meeting.
We're locked together for quite a few years, and I'm happy.
Are you going to Hooters?
Yeah. I didn't really think about it. I guess part of the entertainment is that Schrader's going to interview me and Steve Wade,
No, really?
A couple of different
That should be entertaining.
Yeah, it should be.
I saw T.W. Taylor. He said he'd like to keep running the joy in that car. Good thing.
That's fine, man. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Our Speed World coverage, the Jiffy Lube 500, has been brought to you by Pep Boys. For quality parts, accessories, and service, come to Pep Boys, America's automotive super center. And by Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline. Let's go down to our split fire winner circle with John Kernan. John?
Well, Mike Wallace waiting for his wife to get in here, and his family. Mike, I tell you what a way to start the year, and what a way to end the year.
Yeah, I couldn't get any much better than that, could it, John? I mean, you know, winning at Daytona this year really helped my career along a lot. I think it had a little bit to do with me getting my Winston Cup ride. The Busch guys did a great job, and when we built this car to come here, we said, you know, we won the first race of the year, and I'd sure love to win the last race of the year. We put a bunch of them Goodyear tires on, but they were good, and this Ford ran real well, and Duron Paints and Heilig Myers Furniture stepped on board to help us out, and Robert Yates built us a great motor for this thing, and we couldn't be any happier. You know, Lindsay and Chrissy and Carl and I, you know, just our years went really well. The only thing that can make it better is to go tomorrow and have a great run in the Winston Cup car.
Well, we have the run tomorrow, and the tires. I got to ask you about that situation. You got the same tires tomorrow on the cars as you had today.
Well, I think we pretty well know what the window is on tires. I mean, I was down to fabric on the right rear tires, you know, in about 45 laps, 48 laps. Probably the call that really won us the race was about 5 or 6 laps after we pitted, put 4 tires on, a caution come out, and Barry called back, says, come on in for 4 more. And to have Barry call me in for 4 fresh tires is that quick is pretty unregular because it costs $1,200 a set, you know. And but he says, we need that tire wear. And the last 10 laps, he kept saying, take it easy, baby. And 3 to go, he says, lift, take it easy. So, man, it was just great. My hat's off to my whole entire crew, everybody that run today. You know, Tim Steele had a great car, but he had an oil leak. And, you know, it's just one of those things. But, heck, we won this thing. We can't be any happier.
Well, very happy Mike Wallace, Jerry.
Indeed, the celebration continues. For Kyle Petty, Michael Waltrip, John Kernan, Ned Jarrett, and Benny Parsons, I'm Jerry Punch, once again congratulating Lindsay and Chrissy's daddy. We're talking about Mike Wallace on his second victory in ARCA competition in 1994. So long, everyone, from Atlanta Motor Speedway.